I am sure sports. You know me there, from coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get your sports over here from near and far. Boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know the game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me not know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you are gonna love over here so. Subscribe to the sports.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crapper players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
All right. Welcome to I Am Sure Sports. Good evening. I am your host, Mannings Man. And as usual, today we do our JPL preview and review show. We haven't had any on a Friday for a couple of weeks now because schoolboy football was taking place and the games are moved. The JPL games are moved from Saturday, Sunday, Monday to Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But regular scheduling has resumed because schoolboy football is over. We're going to talk about some news coming out of the JPL, and then I'm going to share some fantastic information with you about some things that are going to happen tomorrow that you need to know. So if you know persons who play, team managers, team owners, you need to send this video to them. They need to hear what is about to happen tomorrow on I Am Sure Sports. Again, welcome to you one and all. Feel free to call in. We're going to pin the link for those of you who are fans of the JPL and you want to share your thoughts on your team's performance thus far this season. Want to hear from you fans about your team. How have your team been coping since the league has resumed? All right, so we're going to talk about that a little bit. Like I said, I'm going to share some information with you. We're going to also try to reach out to a couple of the coaches. Yeah, we're going to try and reach out to a couple of the coaches. Share some breaking transfer information with you about another player moving in the league as well. So blessings. So first and foremost, let me thank all the persons who are here in the comment section supporting the program as usual. We are the loyalists. We stick to local football. The campaign is over, but we're still basically over, but we're still discussing football. So thank you for joining and being here today. Gunners Boss and Fresh God. Shem, big up yourself. Gunners forever. Ganesh, we still need to go through that under 20 list. I have not forgotten. All right. Also, I want to say a big thank you to the sponsors of this video. The sponsors of this video are Launch Legacy. Launch Legacy is a company based in Canada. And Launch Legacy is where they handle risk and seek legacy. So for all your personal insurance needs in Canada and the USA, visit them at launchlegacy.com or call or text 647-989-0782. You want to be in a place where your money start working for you? then this is the place. It could be $10, $20, $50. It doesn't matter. It starts somewhere. Give them a call. I urge you, give them a call, and you will see the great benefits in it. There's someone there who will give you expert advice on maximizing your income, your money as you move into retirement. At some point, your money will have to work for you to survive. All right. Also, want to big up Prestige Finance, lending a helping hand when you need it most. They are located in Linstead, St. Catherine, and you can call them at 884-7390. Of course, the area code is 876. And here's what, when you call them, you just let them know that you heard about them from I Am Sure Sports. And what they will do for you, they will lend you up to $100,000. Woo! To buy furniture, to buy that new TV that you want, television that you want, to buy that gadget, that laptop, that tablet, to invest in your business. They will do that. All you have to do is to let them know that you heard about them at I Am Sure Sports. Yes, people. And when you have done that, they will ensure that there's no processing fee, same day processing, and only between zero, nada, nil, zilch, 0 to 4% interest rate. You can't beat that at any commercial institution. Yes, indeed. All right. Firstly, most of you would have heard on Thursday that Minister Olivia Babsy Grange committed through her ministry a cash injection of 10 million Jamaican dollars. 10 million Jamaican dollars. All right, 10 million Jamaican dollars. Now, I know some persons are probably saying that's a little bit of money, but every mickle make a muckle. It means that we have the clubs, not me, the clubs have a little bit more money to work with than they started with. Right? They have a little bit more money right now than they started out with. And so that's good. At least they'll be able to probably better take care of some of their expenses. And I think something like this will make make the league look better. But on top of that, money has a way of attracting money. Money has a way of attracting money. So I believe with this cash injection, then more persons will come on board. Truth is, I think for the league to run effectively and clubs benefit, you're looking at, to me, you're looking at $500 million Jamaican dollars. That's what it needs per season so that all parties can benefit, right? We're gonna get into, right? So that's 10 million Jamaican dollars cash injection into the league. This is not with commodities or with goods or with services. It is actually cash that is being pumped into the league. All right. So yeah, that's it. You need to check that out. You can go ahead and call them Gunner's Boss, Launch Legacy. You understand me? They are there to help. Ganesh. Oh, all right. 100,000 Jamaican dollars, man. The company's in Jamaica. All right. That's like if you want to borrow 500 US dollars, you can link them as well. I'm very sure that they will help you with that, Gunner's Boss. You don't need that money. You need to listen, Gunner's Boss. You have exceeded your free messages, and right and comments already. Gunner's Boss, you have exceeded your free comments. Therefore, you'll have to pay for every comment you make after this one. This is a recording from I Am Sure Sports. All right. Yes, yes, yes. So what say you, right? I've heard some people, no, it's $10 million for the league. I heard some people saying that the money should have been given already to the national team to help with some of their um, expenses and stuff like that. But it is what it is. It's better some than nothing, right? So let's see. Yeah, let's see how it will work, right? It's better to get some money than no money. That's all I'm saying. So I am happy that there is the cash injection. Should there be more money? Of course, there should be more money. Will there be more money? Let's see. But I know money attracts money. And if you have zero, zero times zero is zero. All right. But here's the thing: you have 10 million that can able you to or enable you to get an next 10 million. So it is a good start. And so Ministry or Minister of Sports Olivia Babs Grange, who I've seen her at all the games at the stadium. Thank you for putting that money in there. They said that you have some more money in the kitty. I don't know. We will see about that. But that is good news for the league, and I know that the clubs probably are smiling now um, as they get this money. You don't understand. You may think they need more, but this is a good piece of bread for many of these teams who are struggling at this present time to cope with the financial stress of running football in Jamaica. I'm telling you, I give credit to the people who do this, because really and truly, there's very little profit in running football in Jamaica. And some of these clubs have existed and been operational for over 10 or so years now. All right. So bless up, bless up, bless up. Um, uh, yeah. Somebody is asking if I saw the Concacaf. Do you see the Concacaf club lineup? That is, you're talking about the Champions League. I think Rudolph Speed was on and told us that he's going to be in Haiti about the two teams from Jamaica, um, two from Haiti, and two from somewhere else that will be playing, and that four teams basically have a slot of going through. He shared that on the last program that we did. All right, but let's look at the fixtures. Also, we are hearing I'm not able. What Ganesh Natis is always or Naktai. I don't know how he pronounces that. um he is normally accurate. Whenever he shares something, it's normally 100% accurate. So I've heard that Kemar Bushi Beckford, he has moved to play in Costa Rica. All right. So I don't know if that has anything to do with Kemal Malcolm moving to the USL. But yeah, but Bushy Beckford, who we have been wondering where he is in the league, he has moved. Yeah, he has moved away. From what we are hearing, we will verify that. But the fact that I have the information and Ganesh have it means that it is so. All right, so he has moved um, to Costa Rica. Not sure of what the club is yet, but I will. As soon as I figure all of that out, I'll let you know. But tomorrow fixtures in the JPL. Firstly, I want to show you the point standing in the JPL. So we're gonna look at the point standing um, in the JPL as of the first set of games that the first three games. After three games, let's see what the point standings are, and then you can call in if you so desire to tell me what do you make of your team this season. What are your expectation of your club? Are you expecting them to make it to the playoffs? Yes, or you're just hoping. So there we have it. We have that's the that's the point standing right there. You'll notice that Waterhouse, they are tied in on 9 points with Mount Pleasant at the top of the league. So the defending champion, they have three wins from their three games, same as Mount Pleasant, just goal average separating them. Dunbeholden, they have 6 points. Arnett Gardens in fourth position on 4 points. Harbour View comes next in fifth on 4 points, and Portmore also has 4 points. Then we have humble lion. Yes, the Lions from Clarendon. I think up to this point last year they didn't have a point, but um, well, no, I'm wrong. It is Mobay United. So Mobay United on 3, Vere on 3, Cavaliers on 3, Tivoli on 2, Humble Lion on 2, and Malines on 1 point. That's the table. You can see the amount of wins and losses. So we have only 2 undefeated teams in the league so far. That's well, 3 teams who have not lost. Well, no, 2. Yeah, sorry about that. Waterhouse and Mount Pleasant. They have not um, suffered loss thus far this season. When you look at the fixtures, um, the coming week fixtures, we'll see tomorrow. We have 2 games tomorrow. Harbour View goes up against Arnett Gardens. Harbour View against Arnett Gardens. I think this is going to be a very interesting one. Harbour View. Harbour View versus Arnett Gardens. Yep. I think that's going to be a very good game. I like the way the Arnett Gardens team has been playing. Uh, they have been passing the ball around. They have some speedy players up front. I think they have stabilized their 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 defense, and in midfield they are looking quite capable. Harborview, on the other hand, they have been having a good season as well, but I am wondering if they are going to struggle with scoring goals. Last season, as you know, Akwasa Chang scored the most goal for them. He was their leading goal scorer, and he's no longer there. As you know, he's on contract overseas, and so they could be suffering there. Arnett Gardens have reintegrated Fabian Reed, the talisman from a few seasons ago. He's back in the lineup for them. He had 2 goals in their last game. So he's looking pretty good. Martin in their midfield is playing well. Guthrie is playing well. Cephas up front is playing well. I mean, Simpson in the defense is playing well. Arborn, I think his name is. So they have some very Ajuma Johnson. They have a very good team, young set of players as well. And so I expect this to be a hotly contested battle as the junglists will take on the stars of the East. And my score prediction is 2-2. I see this game ending in a tie. Arnett Gardens are going to score, but how they play, they concede. And I think that is going to be their struggle. Can they keep enough clean sheets? Yes, so I am picking my shot, my if I were a betting man, I would call this a drawn game. What say you? What say you? What say you? Yeah. What say you? What is your score prediction? Before I move on to the second game, so I'm having that for a 2-2 draw. The second game we will see Tivoli Gardens versus Vere. All right. Very interesting tie this is, because both of these teams are coming off defeats. Yes. Tivoli Gardens lost to Harborview and Vere lost to Mount Pleasant. I don't know. Vere has been looking way more offensive this time around. Yeah, because they have added, Francois Swaby to their lineup, and we have the great one in the building. This is the man who is made of sponge, they say, but we call him Man of Steel. Good to have you. Welcome to the show, man. Not hearing you, we're not hearing you over this side. Are you not muted? Still not hearing. Look like your headphone not working, man. The mic not working on the headphone. You have to change your mic in the speaker setting, Maybe you're still you're having the headphone and using yeah. We're still not hearing you. All right, see if we can come out and come back and come out and then sign back in. Yeah. Who Arnett playing? I see them in the 4th position. I just said it, Arnett will be going up against Gunner's Boss. You need to listen in the Gunner's Boss. You must learn to type and listen. They're playing against Harbour. So it is the Stars of the East versus the Junglists, and I'm picking that to be a 2-2 tie. Yeah. It is the Stars of the East. Yeah, man. Hearing it no man still, but hearing myself in your background over there.
Are you hearing me now?
Loud and clear. Yeah, man. Welcome to the show, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Respect, man. I'm just a check in and see you do a JPL show,
Oh, yeah. You know that we normally do it every Friday, but because of schoolboy football, we had to set it differently. But we're just going through the first game in the fixtures. We spoke about the $10 million cash injection by the Ministry of Sports into the league. Some people that are saying that is chump change, but 10 million is better than than 0. You are close to the league. You understand me? So yeah.
10 million is not a large amount, but at the end of the day, it's still better than having none at all. So it will go a far away in assisting the teams and keep the league going. Well, the league could have been kept going without it, but it will go a far away. I mean, Jamaica we're living in, not everybody have 10 million put in around. So if you get that injection of 10 million that you didn't have, then that can only do well for you.
Yeah. And then tomorrow we have one of the games tomorrow is the Arnett Gardens versus Harbour. I predicted that will be a 2-2 tie. I know you follow the league and watch it. I mean, what do you think?
I think I'm going to give Harbour winning 2-1. Arnett will score for sure though, but I think Harbour will come out winning 2-1.
All right. I don't trust that Harbour defense. That guy called Breckenridge, he tackles too much for me, and I think he's always at risk. And I don't know if they have enough defensive coverage there. I don't like defenders who love to tackle. I don't trust them. But
yeah, Breckenridge is a bit erratic at times.
Erratic. There you go. And I feel like Arnett will kill you on free kicks. They have some good kickers at the ball on that time. Willis, who has been playing well in their midfield. Guthrie is very good. They have Fabian Reed.
Willis playing centre back though? I think the last time I saw him.
No, he's playing CDM. He's a CDM.
Oh, okay.
I think Simpson and Gerald Neal, who plays against his former team.
Yeah. Who came from
Gerald Neal Jr. That's Kunta Kinte Jr. Yeah. The second game is Tivoli versus Vere.
Tivoli Vere.
Yeah.
That's going to be. I think that's going to be a matchup of the tacticians. I think Philip Williams is one of the less talked about coaches in the Premier League, but he seems to always find a way to get his team to do well. Tivoli would have lost their striker from last year, Devroy Gray, I think it is.
Devroy Gray, and they also lost Trevor Reed.
Yeah, Trevor's gone to Harbour. So, but in the same breath, I don't think Vere has a lot of goal scorers. I mean, they got Francois Savy, but I think he's a bit past his best at this time. I'm going to settle for a 1-1 draw there.
I am going to. Both of them are coming off defeat. Tivoli lost to Harbour, Vere lost to Mount Pleasant in a game that they could have come out with a 1-0 win. But I'm going to. I just don't think the Tivoli team look as good as they did last season. I don't know if all of those changes up front has affected them. So I'm going Vere to win by a goal to nil. I think Francois Sable will score his first goal of the season, and they are going to win. I see some other score prediction. Gonna saying that the Junglists won for the Junglists in the game against Harbour. Then he says Tivoli 2, Vere 1. And then Ganesh says Vere 1-0 for Vere. Yeah. And then you say 1 for Tivoli. All right. So those are the Saturday games. The Sunday games will see two teams coming off victories meeting. That's Portmore versus Waterhouse. Waterhouse undefeated, 3 games, 3 wins. Portmore won their last game. What say you about this one?
Though Portmore would have won their last game, I think on current form, Aberview is the better team. And
Waterhouse.
Waterhouse is a better team, and they would have retained a great majority of their team from last season, so they would have a more cohesive unit. And they have a lot of talented players as well. I'm taking Waterhouse to win this game 2-0. I
Yeah,
don't think we'll get on the score sheet.
Yeah, Waterhouse scores a lot of goals. They won 4-1 though they were playing against 10 men Dunbeholden. But I don't like how this Portmore team look. They just don't look ready. Like they had 2 different center backs. The last game they played, they had Rudolph Austin and I think an ex-Austin guy playing.
Yeah, man, Yuan. I think his name is Yuan Austin.
Right. For this game, there are 2 different center backs.
Yeah.
I think they played a back 3 without those. So yeah.
Yeah, and I don't think Rudolph was in the last match day squad as well.
But there you go. So I don't know. I don't trust the goalkeeper that they have. And
which one of them? The one that played the last game?
Benjamin Williams or something. What's his name?
But isn't Eric Edwards the starting
Eric Edwards. Eric Edwards. Yeah, Eric Edwards. I think their best player is the St. Lucian Mayors because Shea Simit was scored for them. I don't know if Shea Simit is. I don't know. I just don't see Portmore having a forward who is good. Because Rose is their top player. Demar Rose was just called up to the national team. And how much can he do? So I think there is more with the Waterhouse team. Waterhouse can change the entire front line 2 times in the game.
What about the player that played CDM for Portmore last year?
Sigel Knight?
Yeah, where is he now?
I don't know if he's injured. I haven't seen him all season. They lost Ricardo Morris. They lost.
Yeah, man, no. Willis left as well.
You don't. Omar Reed. They also had Omar Reed.
Omar.
He's not out there as well. I don't know if now that Manning Cup is over, if you have players like Barkley and now that the players have gotten some time to rest, if you'll see some of the Clarendon College players being brought in, which would allow
Lenny Hyde as well, right?
Right. And that would allow probably Lenny Hyde to express himself more in terms of his philosophy on the team.
Yeah, that's true. But I still think Waterhouse is going to win though. Right? 2 goals.
Yeah, I'm going Waterhouse 2, Portmore 0. Yeah. And so the other Sunday game, we'll see Mullines going up against Dunbeholden. Talk to me about one because that is your team, Mullines is your team,
Sorry.
Hold on. Somebody's saying that. Thank you, Shem. That Knight is currently not in the country, meaning that he has stopped playing football. He's in college. He is seeking a transfer. He's injured, getting taken care of, or he's on holidays. And any more info? Go ahead and talk to us.
So the Dunbeholden team is a very good team on paper.
Yeah.
The only concern though is the last time I watched them play, the players that came off the bench like Hardware and Zelano Barnes and those other players, they really looked a step behind, to be honest. But the starting 11 that they possess is a team that can hurt you, that can really, really hurt you. I think Mullins just coming off a huge loss to
Mobay.
one
Mobay.
of the teams that has not looked so good in the league thus far. It's going to be tough for them. It's going to be tough for them to get by this Dunbeholden team. Dunbeholden would have lost their last game as well, so they'll be coming looking to get the 3 points. So I'm picking Dunbeholden to win by 2-1.
Both of those teams lost by 4-1, you know.
Yeah, but both of them lost by
10 players.
Yeah, Dunbeholden play with 10 players, but also
yeah, well, Mullins played with 10 players as well.
Because they lost a player at half time or close to half time, somewhere there.
Yeah, well, I think they were playing with 9 players. But the goalkeeper wasn't playing. They were without a goalkeeper.
10 man play with Mullins. 10 man played boss.
Oh, there was a goalkeeper?
10 man played Mullins. 10 man played. But I'm picking Dunbeholden to win by 2-1. And the reason I think Nicholas Nelson is one of the better strikers in the Premier League.
I'm telling you.
Genuinely has a knack for scoring goals. So I think he'll find a way to score in this game.
I keep hearing that he could be on the move, but I keep seeing him in the league. But he's a very good player. I think he would have done well in one of the other teams, probably scored a lot more goals.
That's true, because when you're in a team where you're the basically the only person who's being depended upon to score goals, sometimes it can be difficult, it can be frustrating, it can be pressuring as well. But he's a talented young player. So I expect him to find a way to score. Genuinely, my heart would tell me that I'd want him to score and Mullins in 1-0. But if I'm being rational and honest, I think Dunbeholden will win by 2-1.
Yeah, Dunbeholden has a forward there who got injured. He has a
Bygrave, his name is.
Bygrave. Listen.
He's been around for a while, He's been well.
He's he's very good aerially. He kicks the ball well. He holds it up well. I don't know how old he is, but he's a good. I like the way he looks.
I'm not sure of his age, but I know he used to play, I think, in Antigua or one of those other small islands. He used to play over there for a while. But he's been around for a while.
Yeah, man, he's a good player. He's a very good player. I know he got a
injury. Fabian McCarthy and they have
Christian. They have a very good team.
Those persons can hurt you.
And the right back is also good. Oh, geez, he was at Cavalier.
Shavan James.
Yeah.
And then they have this number 12, Kimon Bailey.
Yes.
He's a good player. So they can hurt. And then they have Jamil Arder on the bench and Zelano Barnes.
Barnes coming off, yeah.
I just think that they haven't caught up to the pace of the league yet, but they're a good team. If I was to say they had a weakness.
And they have a good goalkeeper. A former national goalkeeper representative. None other than Damian Hayes.
I think he's past that now, though, but he's a decent goalkeeper in the Premier League. Their 2 centre backs, though, I think probably would be maybe their weakest link in terms of. I don't think they use the ball well. Yeah, they are big, strong, and they are physical, but I don't think they use the ball well, as we've seen in the game.
I think both of them are going to be out, so they're going to have to make some adjustment. One was red carded and one has not been playing because of injury. So that is going to be that is where I think Mullins can hurt them, because they'll be without.
Yeah, but Mr. Christie is a
Paul Christie.
Let's see how good. But I expect them to win by 2-1.
And they have a good coach, and I like the way how they play. But they have this guy called Mark Miller that I haven't even seen.
I don't think he's here now. But a couple of seasons ago, Mark Miller was probably one of the best right backs in Jamaica, when he was at Waterhouse. I'm not sure if he's in the island though.
Okay. Yeah, so all right, so you're picking Dunbeholden 2-1. Yeah, I think that's a good pick. I'm picking Dunbeholden 2-1 as well. Right. Right. So and then the final two games of the round will be Humble Lion versus Cavaliers, who suffered defeat. I think they're what, on a 2-game losing streak.
Yeah, they lost the last 2 games.
Yeah, they have not lost 3 games since they have been relegated. Since that time.
I mean, for that game, though Humble Lion would have tied their last game, I think, yeah, 2-2. I just think that the Cavalier team, I mean, they're I think they will outrun this Humble Lion team. Because not much has changed in Humble Lion's forte. I mean, I still say not Andrew Vanzi, attacking midfielder Visional Harris. He looks way overweight. And then they have, I think Andrew Price brought in Xavier and Virgo,
I'm telling you.
who is centre back now. And I'm assuming because it is lack of running ability why he's playing centre back, because he's naturally a right back.
Yep.
So the fact that he's gone to play centre back now, you can you can see that he's lost a few steps. So I don't know. I expect Cavalier to win this game. Though I think Umberland possesses enough quality to score a goal. I've not seen much of his new Cavalier goal.
When is the last time you have seen Andre Clennon score a goal in the league? I was trying to recall because I can't remember him scoring last season. And he has not scored this
season. Goal or two last season.
What? I don't know.
He probably scored a goal or two last season, but
listen, there's a time when Andre Clennon was one of the top strikers in Jamaica playing overseas.
Yeah, he was in Vietnam, I think, or Finland, or one of those places.
Yeah.
So I mean, I think Umberland they have some quality players there who can get the ball in the back of the net. But I expect Cavalier to win this game, and I'm going for Cavalier to win by 3-1 because I think Cavalier is 2 goals better than Umberland.
But and I think what happened with Cavaliers is that because Cavaliers were without Topi, they were without King for their last game.
Right.
And the St. Lucian, I think the St. Lucian goalkeeper they had didn't keep. So they're going to have the St. Lucian goalkeeper coming back in. They're going to have Jamal Topi, who was on a red card, and Richard King coming back into their center half. That changes the whole dynamics of how the team plays and things. Yeah. So I think they are going to win this game. I don't think they can afford to lose 3 in a row. So I'm going to give them the win over Humble Lion by 2-1. I just think sometimes Cavaliers can be a little bit frail defensively, especially defending set plays. Though what is funny is that they always seem to win headers on offensive set plays. They give up opportunities on the defensive end. Like I could see Vanzi scoring. I could see Vanzi scoring a free kick or a penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see let me just Shem is saying that Amal Knight, I'm not Amal Knight. Sigil Knight will be coming back in mid-March. I also want to remind people that Amal Knight returns to Harbourview in goal because he never kept. The last game is Anthony Bennett Jr. And if any of you from Clarendon, you remember Sausage, that's his son. He is the goalkeeper who kept for Harbourview. I think he's around 17 years old, you know.
And what about Chambers? Is not at Harbourview?
Yeah, he's there. He kept in the first game. Second game. He kept in one of the games. Amal kept in one, and this youngster kept in one more. So I don't know if it is injury or anything. Why? Okay. Yeah. Loud music entertainment. Right now I support Mount Pleasant, you know. Mount Pleasant kind of where I'm at, so I support them. And sing. So yeah, I hope they can break the ceiling. They seem to be like the semi-finalist. I hope they can get past that. and get into the final this season and win. Yeah, I see Fresh God saying here, Humble Lion will not go down without a fight. One lion. Rah! What is it? We're forwarding hungry for Cavaliers 3 points. Love you.
Money.
Yes, a humble cat that no lion.
Who's the coach at Umberland? Is it Andrew Price or Bigger Thompson? Because
Andrew Price is technical. I think Andrew Price is technical director.
yeah, but when they put up the match day thing, he's been as he listed as a coach, as the coach. The last match they played. Yeah, when they put up the team and the stuff.
Oh, you mean on TV? You mean on TV?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but he's a technical director. Which in Jamaica, you know, I learned some things today, right? I learned some things today. You know that Jamaica, all right, for example, all right, so technical director in Jamaica is kind of used loosely because a technical director really does not necessarily coach. He creates programs and systems and structures, but that's not really what happened in our context. I also learned that Jamaica only has one goalkeeping coach. The
national team?
Jamaica has one goalkeeping coach. The others are trainers. They can train goalkeepers, but they are not goalkeeping coach. And that person is not in the national program.
So the one goalkeeper coach is not in the national program?
No.
Interesting. But I think a couple years ago they had a seminar by UTech or UE, where they were offering goalkeeping coaching certificates. So
yeah, certification, but like in terms of what is expected, like it I don't know, but my understanding is that it doesn't carry weight in Concacaf. It is for the
okay.
Yes, so it is not really, right? So
money. People will ask, who is the goalkeeper coach? This man said gold. Gold. That person said gold. So it's interesting because Warren Barrett. Well, anyways.
I don't know, but that's what I heard. But I hear that Spider Wedderburn, Clive Wedderburn.
Yeah.
Because he has even coached outside of Jamaica. Clive Wedderburn is a person who, he's a person who coached Andre Blake.
Yeah, man. Spider named Clive Wedderburn?
Yeah, Clive Wedderburn, yeah. So he is the goalkeeping coach.
But he used to be in the national program before Warren. But I'm wondering.
Kind of strange, right? Kind of strange. A lot of people kind of wonder what causes exit from the national program. I don't know.
But I think he still works with the youth teams, doesn't he? I think he still works with the youth teams or something.
Oh, I don't know, but he is. I know he's at Jamaica College as well, and he goes to the Caribbean and he coaches there in a lot of the Caribbean islands and develop their coaches. I know that Andre Blake, even when he did his interview back in MLS draft and thing, he mentioned Clive Wedderburn. So I kind of find it strange that he's not.
It's strange that the person who coaches the goalkeepers for the national team is that trainer. Like, it's interesting.
I'd love to dive into it some more and find out, because I think sometimes, because what I understand is like kicking shot for somebody to save it is not coaching, it is training. Because coaching is when you teach the technique, like how many steps to your right, body positioning, glove work, hand positioning, your shoulder, your position of your shoulder. Like the person who does that in Jamaica, I'm understanding, is Clive Wedderburn. Most of the other coaches do training stuff. So if you're Andre Blake, and at the level he's at, you probably
don't need a coach.
Don't need a coach.
Yeah. because if you get to that level, it is on the assumption that you would have
Right. You probably
been
need a
able to master a lot of
trainer.
these things.
But your young goalkeepers need coaching to get the techniques right. Yeah. Yeah, man. I support Mount Pleasant. I think we lost Man Steel for a moment there. You back? Okay, you're back. All right. But seriously, who better than Berta? I didn't want to make a comparison, just sharing the information that I have still. I'm not going to compare them. But yeah, but I know Wedderburn has been in the system very, very long. He played in Azerbaijan and Finland. Okay, respect Fresh God. That's Andre Clennon. Yeah, yeah. So the last game will be Mount Pleasant versus Mobay United. The two overseas base coaches, Ricky Hill, going up against Wally Downs. And from what I've seen, I don't see Mount Pleasant losing this one. Um, I think Mount Pleasant. I think you know what is funny. Mobay play. They don't have any name player. Wellington is a very good player. I know Alric Atti. I think he was at Cornwall College some seasons ago. So they have some players that we may not know, but in Montego Bay they are household names, and that is good that they have players from their parish representing their club. All right, and they are fairly young in terms of the composition of the team, and it's good to see Ambersley out there in the same way we see Jermaine Johnson and Edson Scott out there at Tivoli. It's good to see all of these former players involved in it. So Ambersley is
Yeah,
training,
and Decoy Williams is a coach at Arnett as well.
right? Decoy Williams, and I know that what's his name, Fraser.
Yeah,
Is
Hakeem. Sorry, not Hakeem.
is that
What around him again?
Mataran. He's at
Sean Fraser.
Sean
Sean
Fraser.
Fraser.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
right.
coach at
So
Arnett.
so it's good to see that. It's good to see the former players involved at that level. All right. With Mobay United, it's kind of funny. Though they don't have any quality player, they always create quality chances in the games that they have played.
How old is
Because
Alric?
Alric Atti, Fresh got how old is Alric Atti? But did he play during Jordan Fletcher and those guys' time? Was that the time that he was playing?
Well, I don't. Well, I only heard of him when I think I knew of him when Mobay came back in the league and they were broadcasting their players
Oh,
on their
he's
social media.
he's 24.
24. Okay. Mr. Sitter, though, he'll forever be hedged in the memories of the people. You
Yeah,
won 26 with Peter Leversland Fletcher.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, yeah,
I think Duchesne Beckford signed for a team today as well. I was looking at something I saw. Signed
yeah,
for a team. Because I heard he was back at Mobay and I was like, that is strange because he scored quite a few goals in the USL last season and was very good for his team. So
yeah. He's rated highly by the USL coaches. I spoke to one that spoke who talked about him. So
yeah,
he's
man, I
rated.
think he's gone to a team, San Antonio, I think.
Okay, okay.
The thing with the
Yeah,
USL doing is that a 1 year deals, because I think he was on loan. I think he's still owned by Mobay United, because when you look at it, you see it's saying he's been loaned out or something of the sort.
okay.
So I think he's still owned by
In
Mobay
fact,
United.
well, tomorrow I have a very special guest who is going to be on the program, who is former professional player, who is now an agent that is going to talk us through the whole process as to you know how players who want to go to Europe, how they can use USL, and the USL Championship and the USL one to actualize that dream, that vision that they have. Because the truth is, listen, sometimes we knock. There you go. Fresh God confirming that he's on loan. Sometimes we knock the USL, right? See a man go to the USL championship and he's getting 2,500 for his salary. All right. That's how much Jamaican dollars that at the present rate of the US. Let's do that. And say accommodation is covered, right? So you're getting 2,500 and the accommodation is covered.
That's about 300 and about 90,000 thereabouts per
All
month.
right. So you get that for 12 months, right? 375,000, don't. 375,000
Yeah.
times 12. That's 4.5 million Jamaican dollars. If you get that in 1 year, there are many people who have jobs in Jamaica.
Who don't get that for, who have to work about 3 years or 4 years to get that.
All right. Who work in even in what you call important positions. I could say they are nurses and policemen and teachers who don't
Yeah.
earn this. So I'm saying that at the end of the day, even if a man gets stuck in there for
You can
5
make a
years,
living. You can make a living.
for 5 years,
You can make a living.
that's over $20 million.
Yeah. You can make a living.
You can make a living. So it is not in that context, it's not a bad. It may affect your progression as a footballer, but
Yeah.
your life's supposed to get better, brethren.
Yeah, but the thing is, all right. Sometimes, like even we not the players are going to the USL and we're saying, boy, them going to the graveyard league, and we don't want to see our players going to the top leagues and stuff. But I mean, a man's job as a professional player is to earn a salary to take care of himself and his family. So
Exactly.
if he finds an avenue where he can do that, I mean, as fans looking on, we'd want more, but sometimes, I guess it's their own prerogative, and maybe it is us who want to see them go and play in those leagues in Europe. Maybe they don't want to go there as well. So
Yeah. If a man believes, why should I go and play in the third tier or the second tier of the Danish league for the same money that I'm getting in the USL? I'm closer to home. I'm here with my family, and anything I can accomplish there financially, I can do where I'm at. Why should he move?
but the thing is too, I mean, I would think the USL, even the USL League One, is I've watched a couple of games because when Jamaicans playing there, I used to watch FC Tucson quite a bit because they had Amal Knight and Ramon Howell there, so I used to watch clippings of their games, and sometimes I can get a full stream or stuff. It's nothing to write home about, but I think the environment it fosters more for you to move from there and go into Europe and other professional leagues overseas, because the lifestyle there, though not at the level, it is closer than it would be if you are in Jamaica.
All right, what I'll say says this, right? So a player is in Jamaica. Nobody from Europe. He's 19. Nobody from Europe is calling him. Somebody from the USL call it to pay you $2,500 a month. Brethren, take it. Take it and go. Don't wait on Europe. Because what if Europe don't come and you stay in Jamaica until you're 25? Don't let the window. You understand me?
Maximize.
Yeah, you have to maximize the moment, because you don't want to close the window on earning when you don't know for sure that they're going to end up in Europe. If you know for sure you're going to end up over there, then you do that.
Yeah, and also, I mean, if you go overseas and play in a person, it's more highly likely that they're going to see you over there, because of the broadcasting rights of those leagues and the coverage and stuff like that, So you can stake a better claim to move to Europe than if you are in Jamaica, though it's possible that they can stay from
And
there
then,
and
fresh God, I am not saying that the level of play is anything to brag about. I'm talking about the money. I am saying that if a youngster, if you're 25, it's going to be hard for you to break into Europe, if you're still in Jamaica, So if somebody call you in the USL on a 1-year contract, then go. Suppose nobody at Europe come and now you're 26. Don't stay because you cannot go where you're not called.
Yeah, what I really don't agree with though is that the players that go there Like even our young players, like I think Nicky Daly signed like a 4-year contract or stuff like that. I'm not so much in support of it, but at the same time, he's young. He has to secure a future for himself, and he has to earn a salary, and he has to take care of his family. So, if he thinks that that's the best opportunity for him or the best option for him, then I mean, who am I to say, boy, him should go and go earn a salary or go make better for himself and his family? I mean, I would want to see him going to Europe because I think he's talented and he's young and he could very well go there and make a name for himself. But I mean, sometimes you go to Europe because even the case of Peter McGregor, I was watching another stream where they were saying he went over there in Europe and he got an injury and had to come back. It didn't work out for him. So, I mean, sometimes, as fans, we want the best for players or we want them to see them in a certain place. But, I mean, as you said, they have to go where they are being called until they are being called somewhere else.
Yeah, yes, sir. Espada, what say you? Welcome to the show.
Um, Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yeah, man, afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The first thought more make on the topic we are talking about the Jamaican player. Them is it. I remember a while ago when I remember a which player, but a player sports from down at Clarendon, he got PSG, a youth player after the World Cup.
I keep along.
Yeah, man. And him go, and when him go, he must say, him not feel comfortable. You see it? Him used to Jamaican lifestyle, so him come back. You see it? The thing I may try say, general, more while you're not comfortable with it, you know. You see it? But you have to stick it out no matter what. You see what I say? Because more while you have to tell yourself, say, you know, so I can't do it in an environment. You see it? And it just so happen that you jump out, and when you jump out, my moment that you kickstart the career, you jump off, and you see it. That I problem I find with the Jamaican players them. So when they reach in a tough environment where they're supposed to, I should about perseverance. And I say, I'm my moment now, because my boy take on name Bowser. Right now that Bowser, You see it, Bowser getting opportunity, and he take it with both hands, You see it, majority of them like them not have the willpower. You see it. Me not say if you get an opportunity over US, if you take it, my G. You see it. But you always remember, man, bigger picture. You have to bigger picture all the while. Bigger picture. Europe. Bigger picture. Europe. You see it. If I want to look aside color from Europe and them say, come knock 2 balls from my man. You go get seen by more people than if you're there US, You see it. You better take the opportunity and go cross the pond where you know see me go get a better view then. You see it? Than when me there US.
Yeah.
Anyway.
On the Espada, we have a major echo, right? Whenever I'm talking, I hear both of us hear ourselves echoing. So I don't know what you have on your end. You understand? Any more points you want to make, and then you can just jump off, because once I open the ear, it's going to echo. So you have anything else you want to add?
One thing on like that. The thing I may try to say, the man if you don't show about more perseverance. You see it? You see if they don't have that, you're not gonna make it no way. You see it? Because all per man did it where achieve the same thing you want to achieve. You see it? You have to go out there and show say you want him more than them. You see it? That's alone me have to say, No respect, man.
Yeah, man. All right, bless up. We're sorry that it can't work out for you to stand, but we can't. The echo are gonna mess us up. All right. Yeah, man. So respect and thanks for coming on. Good point that he made, right? That the players have to learn to persevere. But again, watch this. I'm not. I'm a youth playing in Jamaica right now. He's 20. A scout come and say, listen, hey, we want you to come to the USL Championship. We're gonna pay you $3,000 a month, right? That's almost $500,000 Jamaican dollars a month. For that you to say, no, I'm going to wait until a club in Europe call me. Unless you have something in the pipeline, Sign a 1-year contract or play for the season and earn the money. And then you still look at the European opportunity. What I don't want you to do is to turn down the opportunity to earn, right? Because and then you complain that the Jamaica League not paying enough because you get $40,000-$50,000. You can't feed yourself properly. You have to take taxi when you could be over there and you buy a car in the year. You could have finished up your mother's house in the year and all of them things and eat healthier so that when you get to go to Europe, you're in a better position. That's all I'm saying. Now, you must know if you want to spend the rest of your career there or, like I said, that you're just going to do a 1-year thing. But at the end of the day, it's tough. A lot of the players who go away, they don't go to the top leagues anyways. They still go to the second tier or the third tier. And how far is the quality in some of these leagues? For example, a man go to Portuguese and play in the fourth tier for $1,500 a month. That's euros though, right? But if you play in USL, you get 2.5. What is the major difference? You understand? Because when you look at the club stuff, one is bigger than the other. I don't think, in the same way, I don't think you should stay in the USL for 4 or 5 years. You should not stay in Portuguese 4th division for 4 or 5 years, or in the Belgian 3rd division, or in the Maltese league, or in you understand me, or in the Turkish 3rd tier. I don't think you should stay in any of those. But at the end of the day, if nobody don't want you, you have to stay.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm gonna have to stay which part of my earning bread in the mornings and until something better come up. I'm have to stay there. Dre, anyway, Dre, I said, how have you have the formula to get here to Europe? All right, boss.
But
I'm up with Crystal
no,
J.
hey
Daly as
Dre,
well.
let me call it.
He's a good player. He's
Let
a
me
really good player.
Dre. Let me correct you, Dre, because when this is what I find strange. When the interview was done on Sports Max, it was the Holland people that were there. So Holland FC has taken credit for Krista J move.
Yeah, because he's owned, isn't he owned by Alan FC? He's still
Yeah,
owned
he is.
alone.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him though. I think he's a good player, and I think he could do well in that environment. And it helps that he has Kaim Paris there, who has been there for a while, and can show him the ropes and stuff like that, and help him to adapt quickly and feel at home and stuff. So yeah, that's good for him.
Yeah, and that agent is doing a lot of good work for Jamaican
Yeah,
players.
man. That agency is a very, very good agency. They seem to find a way to get a lot of young players to go into Europe.
Because he's the same agent for Shamar,
Yeah, man, I know, and I think Shamar, Kaim, Biggs, what's the guy from Mullines? Farkison and
Fabiki Farkis.
Yeah, he has a lot of players.
I need to ask, did Rolando Biggs play for St. Elizabeth Technical?
I'm not sure.
I need to know what team he played for. Is he a centre back?
No, I think he's a striker, I think he's a striker. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I can check.
Okay. Somebody's telling me about a St. Elizabeth Technical striker. Yeah, he's an attacker. A St. Elizabeth Technical centre back a couple seasons ago who is overseas, that he's one of the best Jamaican centre backs. But I can't figure out his name. They say a couple seasons ago he was a standout centre back in the Costa Cup. Went to St. Elizabeth Technical.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Fresh God. Biggs used to play for St. Catherine High. And I think he played for the team racing in Portmore as well.
Okay. What is the latest on Ronaldo Biggs? I haven't been getting any updates on him. I don't know. I know he wasn't playing with the first team.
Well, I think he has a contract until
It's the
24.
next Biggs. Yeah. Antonio Biggs for Stets, captain. He played for Portmore. There you go. I hear that this guy is overseas. And I hear that he is the best centre back to partner Richard King for Jamaica national team along with Ethan Pinnock. Anybody know about him? I've been hearing that. It's just like the other day somebody saying, listen, check out this guy. He has flown under the radar, but he's a big centre back. Yeah. He's 21 now. You know him?
No, I've never heard of him.
Antonio Biggs. I'm trying to see if I'm trying to see what it says about him on transfer market. Well, doesn't say much. Says that his current club is Portmore.
Oh, he's 21 so. Okay.
Yeah, so they said that he's a very good centre back, but I don't know him. I can't remember him, but I hear that he's good. And I need to see if he's in the Portmore squad. What about the Jamaican baller in Miami who got himself in trouble on campus? He's in campus now. He's in campus. It's a different kind of education that he's going through right now. But
Man is just something.
don't do that. What is it going to happen to him? He's where he's supposed to be, man.
I'm hoping for the best for him, though. That's all I can say.
And locally, he got a contract as well.
Yeah, locally, he's in the 6th year of English football. I think it was said that he made a connection to Ethan Pinnock, because I think Ethan Pinnock used to play for that team that he's gone to.
Okay.
So I think when he went to Austria and that camp there, that tour there, yeah, that's where he met Pinnock. But it would be difficult for him to get in England because I think he has a British passport, or something like that,
Okay.
I think that's the same league that Omar Owens is in as well. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Owens plays at Bath FC, I think.
Ian Fry CB that play for Inter Miami FC. Alex, come on the show and tell us, man, the link pin. Who is Ian Fry? Come on the show and tell us about this one, Alex. Ian Fry?
No, I don't know that.
First I'm hearing about. Alex, what are you talking about?
I don't know about that. Ian Fry.
Who have been?
There's a player in the youth selling that a lot of persons have not looked at him. I've seen him quite a few times, and he's quite.
Yeah, you hear me?
He's quite eye-catching. His name is Nick Hines. I think he's just signed to El Paso. He used to play for.
What I say to you, man, I see
old and stuff. Yeah.
Me no feel good. Kind of catch a little flu or go on. Anyways.
Why you talk? The Omicron virus?
I don't know. Boy, I can't tell you. I don't know if I tell you that. What as I was saying though, Ian Fry is I think in born in Jamaica, but in the Inter Miami Academy, and he play a game against preseason game in Miami. He made the dribble from the back line, come straight up and score the goal. Inter Miami posted in preseason. He's Jamaican. I think he played for Hill Academy because them uptown youth. He played for Hill Academy. But yeah, he's a CB that plays for Inter Miami. Hillel, yeah.
And the man name is Frey, brother, not Fry.
Yeah, well, yeah. Well, you know me attack. Ian Fry them pronounce it as yeah, he's Jamaican. He's a centre back that plays for I think he's 19. If you check him. He's Jamaican born though. He can represent Jamaica. And he always come back home and stuff. He was in the Miami, and the guy that played for Miami that played for UE that got transferred, forgot what his name is.
UE player got to Miami FC.
I don't know.
Miami.
Yes, one no Miami. Well, Inter Miami second.
Alex, where you get the information that he's
Oh
born
no
in
man,
States?
you know who him talk, man. A Ventan Evans him talk.
Yeah, Ventan Evans too. But you are Jamaican. Ian Fry is Jamaican.
But
Man.
Ventan
No,
Evans
all right.
gone on a USL one now too.
Yeah, if Wikipedia is talking, it says Ian Fry is this one says he's 19 years old.
Yeah.
Born in August. He's a MLS side Inter Miami.
Yes. And
he was born in Coconut Creek, Florida, United States.
Yes.
Yeah. Say he's not born in Jamaica, brother. You tell me same born.
He come back one man and have a Jamaican passport.
Okay, but they say his citizenship is American. So he has dual citizenship.
Alex, when you come for the show,
beat me up.
I'm just asking. No, we're just asking. We're not beating it.
Me just say. He see somebody say sister play U21 for
somebody else.
Yeah, correct. So he's dual. Then let me guess, he's dual citizen. He can play for both Jamaica and US, but he's more closely connected to US and Jamaica more than US.
Okay. So all right. So but so
and Fabiki Ferguson that plays he plays in Slovenia second division. He got
but we know Fabiki is a forward. Fabiki was at Moline, so we know Fabiki. Okay. So you said that somebody was saying somebody else. There's a next name. So Fry is a centre back. Ventan Evans, I don't know. From what I've heard, it seemed like he never impressed at the club that he was.
Mannings, yeah, but Mannings, that is quite difficult to believe in.
But Ventan Evans never scored.
He scored quite a few goals for the team name again, man. Inter Miami FC, USL affiliate.
Orlando City.
No.
You're gone, man, I'm not hearing you. You're muted.
No, I just mute my mic and background now. Yeah.
You mute your mic, man.
No man, me mute. No man, I'm muted. I'm looking up the team that he played for.
Okay. That's Ventan Evans.
Fort Lauderdale. I think it's Fort Lauderdale the team name. He never had a bad. Well, I guess.
Fresh God is saying.
He never have a bad season. Inter Florida. Yeah, but I second team Inter Miami in play final.
Yeah, but wasn't he at Orlando City first?
No man.
No. Inter Miami second team in go. Yeah, and he's young too. I'm young. Ronaldo Biggs. When they mention Biggs will play for the same side. Domzale with Shema Nicholson. So it's another young one.
He's not playing, man. I hear that he's not developmental team or something like that.
Well, that's good for him. I mean,
but he's not playing any football.
Well, I mean, it's good in the environment in Europe.
But how good is it to be in Europe and you're not playing? That's what I'm wondering. Does it help?
You have a point. But it better in developmental wise in game. If he's not playing though, if he's developing properly, then yeah, you could see that he can improve on the game. I never see him play though, so I can't really say. but I think development part is good for Europe in a sense.
Somebody saying that Venton Evans got a few goals for Inter Florida.
Yeah, man, 4 goals and 2 assists in 21 games.
Yeah.
As a winger, I think he was playing as a winger.
He's the next. Yeah, I mean, I mentioned Union Nick Hines. He that play for the same team. Forgot.
Yeah, man,
Forgot.
Nick
But
Hines
one center back me feel like when I get called up, but one center back me feel like should get called up, I never get called up. Is you'd call Scarlett. You know, with a win USL championship every year with Tampa Bay Roadies. Ever solid center back. I'm gonna see nobody mention him. No time at all. No time at all. I'm gonna see nobody mention him.
Oh,
But
Jordan Scarlett. I think it's Jordan Scarlett name.
Yeah, Jordan Scarlett. I'm not see nobody mention him. Very good centre back, man. You watch him playing already. Even though we say USL is a bug league, I would have said, but every year win the USL league. Every year. Not 1 year though, me know him a play USL and win it. Every year Tampa Bay Road is winning. So he's an ex-player.
I think we need to get some of these guys. I think we need to get some of these guys and play some games with them.
Yeah.
To kind of see, you can get 1 or 2 of them. Even if it means playing a national team versus a JPL select team, you understand? Or you play against, like I said, why we can't play like the Cayman Islands and those smaller Caribbean countries just to look at the players.
But to alluded, Mannings, Kappa was doing this back in 2017 when he took over the 2017 when he took over the job, right? When Schaefer failed qualified. He did that after he played Grenade at Barbados and you can see all his game records on JFF YouTube page. You can find all of them. He was playing the smaller nation. And he was beating up with likes of Peter Lee Vassell. That's how Jakey got into the squad. And all of those young players got into the squad. Lamar Walker got in the squad when he played against Cayman. And Nation League gave opportunity to the younger players to blood them in. So he was doing that, but he was only mostly using his score. That's why he used Billy's score, man, when he came in. Yeah, okay. So but there's couple players in out there in Sweden, Switzerland. Fabio Dixon and Alan Argeni. Chelsea wanted to buy him 2 seasons ago. I think he's one of the highly rated right backs in the Switzerland league. Alan Argeni. He's Jamaican. I think his father and mother Jamaican. I don't know which one is Jamaican, but he's Jamaican. And Fabio Dixon is Jamaican. He plays I forgot what team that he plays for in Switzerland. Those are 2 players out there. I think we should look more, not say England, more England ish I am sure, but we should look more like say Scandinavia, because people out there in Denmark are Jamaican. People in Italy, I know you mentioned one player that I don't know of Italian. So I mean, why can we not go for all of these players and then bring them in for early management, then build a system around it and play the style of play? You get my come from?
That is if they are good enough.
Not just England only.
Hey, at the end of the day, we need to make sure that's
if they're good enough. Yeah, pleasant. And then you have a player in Palmares, Newton Williams, that I don't know if you know about him, Mannings. He's Panamanian and Jamaican too, but he plays for Panama friendly, but they never call him up in the first team, but he's playing for Palmares in Brazil. I think he did some game time last year. I can't check his stats right now, but he's another one that plays in Central America. I don't know if people realize, I know Jamaican fans don't realize, but there's players in Central America, in Panama and Honduras, that can play for Jamaica in a man. Their parents left and went to the building, the Panama Canal, and they are pitney over there. Just like the same Panama team, there's 7 players on the Panama team right now that can play for Jamaica. Eric Davis, the right back. Rolando Blackburn is Jamaican too. Albert Elise is Jamaican. Keisha Fuller is Jamaican. I can name them. There are Jamaicans in the Central American that are competent, Alex, that can play.
They're not Jamaican. They are Panamanian.
Sorry, they do.
But they have Jamaican heritage.
See, yeah. Sorry. Let me just say, let me correct myself. They're Jamaican, but they are Panamanian
Yeah,
instead.
but
That can play for
Alex,
Jamaica.
one of them player there, I'm not thinking about Jamaican passport. Your name Arigani, Arigani didn't have a Jamaican passport.
So
Alex,
Pagan tell me know about them players that get alive. Pagan, me just sit down and study them players, bro. I'm the Pagan.
that's why
Yeah,
the man
do
is
your
saying that.
investigation.
That is why he's saying. Listen what you just said. Why is he saying that you should get alive? Are you saying that all you do is sit down and study these players? You know, you're contradicting yourself.
No,
That's why.
me not sit down.
But that's what you just
Me not
said.
sit down and study them players. I
But
mean, when
that's what
I
you
have free,
just said.
let me correct myself. When I have free, when I correct myself. When I have free time, we'll sit down and we will like research. You have something called Instats. Pagan. You can go on Instats. You can find these players, and you have Football Manager, where people. That's how they find out Brendan Diaz that can play for Chile, because Football Manager 21 that shows he has a second Chilean appearance.
All right, but what
So
I think that you
these
need
are
to
the
do,
things that you can use and
Alex,
scout.
Alex. All right, so here's where you need to listen now and learn. All right, not because someone has connection to the island means that they want to represent the island. Don't run with that narrative, because the truth is that having your grandparents in a country don't necessitate you playing for that country. So I always say this, until a player comes out and categorically state that he wants to represent the country, I don't buy this thing. Let me tell you why. You see, this is where I'm a little bit different with this whole thing. You see, if you want to play for Jamaica, let it be known. You're supposed to know if you have Jamaican connection. I should not be searching to find out. You should know. And once you know, you should indicate that you want to represent the country. And once you do that now, you put the owners and those who are in there. Right? Mikel Antonio indicated he want to play for Jamaica. And so when players do that, then whomever is in charge needs to. But watch me, Alex. This idea that, hey, this man black. Yeah, let me check out him name. Yeah, you know that him mother and this, him grandmother and great grandmother come from Jamaica. Me see him have the Jamaican flag. Hey, the man eat curry goat, you know. Hey man, listen, Bob Marley, he wants to play for Jamaica. That narrative don't make any sense. You're muted, Alex.
I wasn't saying that because he's Panamanian, I want him to play for Jamaica. I'm saying that instead of we should when we're even for JFF have a recruiter, you should broaden his skill more, not just England only. You should go other places as well and scout players. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying because you're Panamanian because you want to play with Jamaica. I'm saying look at Anthony Grant. Anthony Grant said he never know that somebody from JFF should have contacted him. Who? We as people, I would say Katarak as a person went out and got him his paperwork, and then he make it be known that he has a paperwork. That's how JFF comes to him and say, okay, then we're gonna give it a shot and give Anthony Grant a shot. That's what I'm saying. It's not all the time a player will know that okay, the JFF are gonna contact me first before I know that I can weigh my options. That's all I'm saying, Mannings. I'm not saying because he's Panamanian you want to play for Jamaica. I'm just saying that we should try. Ask him if you want to play for Jamaica. If you don't, then you just say, okay, move on to the next player. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to sell the narrative. I'm saying that he's Panamanian,
Money,
he want and he can play,
yeah,
and my grandmother is Jamaican.
Alex,
No.
pick up.
All right, man, I still not a
Yeah,
problem.
big up.
Respect, man. Yeah, man. Alex, go ahead.
I'm not saying that because he's Panamanian, he wants to play for
Hold on.
Jamaica.
All right.
Manning.
Hold on, Alex. We have a call. Caller.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. Go ahead. What
Let
you
me
say?
let's sit in my car, Manning.
Alex, Alex, I make some good, I introduce some people, man, I hear me, let me take your hand a little bit there. If you ever tell Alex, the people, them, come seek out to play for Jamaica, and I say, brother, we if we go seek, we if we scout and seek for the best out of across the world, we can represent us and bring them into the fold, and them to come hunt, we And we if you go seek them, so you can't tell Alex them thing. Alex do the right thing. Alex introduce some players. So you know to tell the people them and make we listen to those players and go look for them and bring them in. Him not do nothing wrong. So when you might not go like on a frighten Alex. For Alex don't make them frighten. You hear me there, you listen, you say everything right too. You introduce players we never hear before and I tell people about them. I right thing, you have to pick up yourself, Alex.
Thanks for the super chat.
Big up.
Thanks for the super chat, Mr. Gunners Boss. Your contribution to the channel is always highly appreciated.
Me not no money, man. Me broke, you know, a credit card for out. That's why me I go borrow a thing from over large legacy. Couple of self-large legacy. I will come in be alone from you. So to make sure to listen out for me. So me I give you all free plug on the show, you know. So to know, you know, I am sure sports launch legacy and picnic. People them on the go they go support large legacy and go get to no loan and pay back on the income and pay back on the taxes for the loan and pay back on time and make some of that I encourage and introduce and operate them to do the same thing too. Because when me got them in a one them hesitate say to give me my loan because some people don't pay back. So I don't know large legacy we say I'm gonna buy a jerk season them up a chick to do nothing because we have to rub up things weekend, you know. All next week when a Super Bowl weekend come and I don't know and I'm like, God, you know, I just telling us on the below. Alex go and tell about the young player them we can look funny. Yeah.
All right, caller. We appreciate your call. Thank you for calling and supporting Rick Ross.
Hey, Manins, do you know that you have a couple of Brazilian league that are Jamaican descent, that their parents are Jamaican descent?
Alex,
I'm just putting it out there to let it be known that we don't have to go to England.
Alex, are you going to listen? Are you going to listen? All right. I am sure that almost in every nation in the world, there are persons who are possibly somehow connected to Jamaica. There is no way any federation, whether it be Jamaica, Trinidad, any can find out all the people who have connections to their nation. Therefore, in most occasions, I think the onus is on people who would like to represent a nation. They are not coming here to find the Jamaica Football Federation. They can do interviews. They can make statements and say that they would love to represent the nation. Whichever nation it could be Trinidad, it could be St. Kitts and Nevis. Then, once that is done, it is up to the relevant authorities to pursue them. It's going to be very difficult for any federation in the world to scan the entire globe and find every person who is 15 and 17 and 19 and 20 who can represent them. So a person can say, listen, my great grandparents are from Jamaica. I'd love to come and try out at the Jamaica Olympic trials. And you leave it there. That's easier to do so you can be found than to wait for somebody to do whatever research to find out all the how would I know? You however you know, Alex, because you may be watching every single league. I'm very sure if you watch the J League, you know, because many Jamaicans are in Japan. You probably find a Jamaican down there. There probably some in Vietnam.
I'm saying, Mannings, right? What I'm saying in Mannings, right? I'm not alone. All right, you said that JFF, the players come out with a statement, right? I can name a couple players that come out with a statement, and that JFF doesn't pursue right now. Deshaun Bernard, one of the best centre backs right now in the championship, that plays for Hull City, and I think he's one of the best underrated centre backs that plays for Manchester United Youth Academy and on loan at Hull City. He reached out and said he wanted to play for Jamaica. The player that played for, I think it's not Aberdeen. I can't pronounce the club name. It's in Scotland.
Just came out the other day.
The Mitchell guy that played.
It just came out and said
saying, though, the Deshaun Bernard dude didn't came out that day and said that. He came out a couple of months.
But all right, so follow me. Hold on. This is where now You have to understand
There you
process.
go.
There's
There you go
also
now.
here's the thing, Alex. You guys, you live in like I think you guys view football as dream league, right? And professional football is a different thing from dream league football. Let me tell you this: you can't just go in. The idea, and we need to the idea that every person who says, "Hey, I I would love to play for Jamaica," you they will never all be selected. So let me ask you this question. The Beckford guy you said he wanted to play for Jamaica. Is he better than Ethan Pinnock? Is he better than Ethan Pinnock?
I think a couple more years he would be better.
No,
I think
no,
he's a couple more years
no,
better
Lord
than
have
Ethan
mercy. So
Pinnock.
he's not better than Ethan Pinnock.
With my estimation, I think Ethan still is above him right now.
That's your estimation, Alex. He's not Alex. He's not better than
But,
Ethan
but
Pinnock.
yeah,
Alex, let me tell you.
what I'm
Hold on.
what I'm
No,
saying.
Alex,
So
Alex,
because he
Alex,
better than Ethan Pinnock.
me go mute you, you know. Cause me now go have no, me now go have it. Me go mute you. He's not better than Ethan Pinnock. He's not better than Adrian Mariappa. He's not better than Liam Moore. He's not better than them. You can tell me that in a few years he's going to improve. He is not. I've watched him. He's not better than them. He's not better than them. He has never played in the Premier League. You're going to tell me that man is better than Mariappa. Tell me that Mariappa is old. He's not better than Liam Moore. He's not better than them. So at the end of the day, regardless of who players are, it is still the coach. It is still the coach who selects who he believes fits into his thing. This idea that if somebody says, "Hey, I'd love to play for Jamaica," you just no, you have to be better than the players that are here. Simply put, so not everybody will be not everybody will be selected. You cannot
So
select.
I ask you a question, Mannings.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? What justification you use to say that he's not better than Liam Moore and Adrian Mariappa? Because they play in the Premier League? That's just saying,
No, because I've
Mannings.
watched him.
So much a
Because
bush
I've
playing
watched
in
him.
the Premier.
I've watched
So
him. You know what? You know, you guys.
you watch him.
Let me tell this.
How
Let me tell you
many
guys.
games you watch him? How many games you watch him,
Alex.
Mannings? How many games you watch him play? One game?
Watch, Alex. I'm going to have one conversation at a time. So let me say this to you. Here's the issue I have with persons like you. You will look and say, if King was good, he would not be playing in the local league. He'd be in Europe. All right. So you use a league. Let me finish. You use a league. You use a league to determine that a player in Jamaica is not good, because if he were good, he would play in a higher league. I'm going to give you that. All right. So let me give you that. However, when you come now, watch this. When you come to this other player, you are going to say that he's better than a Premier League player. But you're not going to use the same measurement when you're measuring the player playing in Jamaica versus a player playing in England. In other words, your narrative is that there's no player playing in the Jamaican league that could be better than any player playing in League One or in, hold on, let me finish. There's none. But then when a player plays in League One, you are going to say that that player could be better than Ethan Pinnock. Go ahead, Alex. Your time.
I never said that. First and foremost, I never said that centre back or any player in the Premier League, I don't think could be better than anybody that plays in the League One. That could be in the League One. I think Richard King's a very class at centre back. I think that he performs above the level where he's playing. I never said Richard King is a bad centre back, but I watch Deshaun Bernard play, right? He's a style of centre back where he plays out from the back. He's very calm and composed under pressure. I watch him play more than one game, man. Right? I'm not saying. I'm saying that you made a hold on. Yeah. Well, you made a statement that the players them have to come out and say they want to play for Jamaica, right? And I mentioned one name. You said that, Manins, right? You said that a player has to come out and say he desires to play for Jamaica, and I mentioned one name. I think I mentioned two names for you. I could have mentioned more, but I mentioned two names for you. What I'm saying, man, is that Not because you said what I don't
Those
know.
two
I don't
players, hold on, Alex. So those two players came out and said they want to play for Jamaica.
Yes.
A coach heard that and did not select them. What is wrong with that? Hold on a man. Answer what I'm asking you. Players come out. So if a player were in, so Penny Cook from down by Tivoli came out and said, listen, I want to play for Jamaica. And Paul Hall doesn't call him to the squad. Is something wrong? Is something wrong with that?
Penny Cook born at Jamaica, man.
I'm asking you a question. Let me ask you. So Penny Cook says, I want to play for Jamaica.
Yeah.
Paul Hall doesn't pick him in the squad. Is something wrong with Paul Hall not picking him, though he has a desire to play for Jamaica? Yes or no?
That's the coach decision for the day. That's the coach decision for.
So it is the coach's decision. So why, if a player who plays in England says he wants to play for Jamaica, and Paul Hall, the coach, choose not to call him, then it seems like it's a problem?
I never said it's a problem, man. I'm saying that you're misconstruing. You feel like I do not like JPL players.
Miss one.
I'm the one that.
I miss what? Pronounce that word again for me. I didn't hear it properly. I miss. Miss what?
You miscue the thing, the man. You miscue the things. You give word. You give my word. That's my word.
I miscue it. All right, people. Alex, I miscue the thing. All right. All right. Unskew it. Unskew it, Alex. Unskew it. See that I miscue it.
You me say, man. And you me say, man. I say there's no bad place in a JPL, right? All right. They're not no good players. Of course, they players in the JPL that I can mention another name like the kid that plays Stuart, and even the Harvey kid that you grow in your academy. Even before I call them man, regular I call and talk about JPL players. So you come here and say players that the league one and this and that money. No do me that money. Can no more watch JPL money. I spend my money. No, well I know. I spend most of my people that come in and say I spend my money. I have a program Insta TV. I'm gonna watch the Jamaican Premier League. It has improved and it's got better. But what I'm saying is that some players they need to get better technically and tactically. Coaching need to get better. That's all I'm saying. I never said they cannot be better. They have the raw talent, but you just need to refine. It's a rough diamond around the edge, but you just need to refine it. Right? A player from the academy that plays in England, he can know the system. He knows to play the system because he grew up playing a system. He grew up playing the academy. They grew up playing technical football. So that I would have said that give the England. That's why people get the edge England players them over the local born players them money. They're not technically and they're not tactically very inept. I see and a former player come out this evening, Errol Stevens, and he make the video and he show you the mistake we make as a team. Local and foreign born. Right? There is players in the JPL I would desire, but you have to find players that fit your system, man. You cannot go over England, and let me just say, you can't go England and pick anybody. Just like how you alluded to. You can't pick anybody. You have to pick players that fit the system and fit the style of play. Right? I'm correct, Manins?
I'm letting you speak uninterrupted.
Yeah, man. Yes.
I'm letting you speak. I'm letting you speak.
People say.
I'm letting you speak. I'm not listening to the people, you know. I'm listening to you, and I'm
Let me just say, I'm not going for nobody information or time or information. I have my own information.
Alex, you and I are having a conversation, so I don't know information and all of that coming to this. So I don't know. Anyways, we have a call.
No, because I go off of people information.
Yes, caller. Good afternoon.
Management.
Yes, sir. Welcome to I Am Sure
How are
Sports.
you?
I am doing good. Who am I speaking with today on the show? Hello,
Stone Love.
Stone Love in the building. Not Cataract, not Kilimanjaro, not Metro Media,
Just
not
Stone Love.
not Bodyguard. Stone Love. All right, what say you,
Yeah.
Stone Love?
Stone Love, I find there's so much issue with the the sentiments that we have for these foreign-based players. I mean, the difference between them and the local players is not much.
You listen. I don't know, Stone Love. There's a delay. I don't know if you're listening to me or you listen to the thing while I'm talking or while you're talking. But I allowing you to speak, so go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Is it better now?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing you. Go ahead. Just go ahead and share your thoughts, man, and then I'll respond.
Okay. If we have all local players we have, if we get with the local players we have, if we get them together and use them to play a lot of international games, they will be just as good or better than what we get from outside.
Okay. That's what you want to say, caller?
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right, all right, all right. All right. Well, listening to the response, thanks for calling Stone Love. We have Cataract was just joined the building. And so we have Stone Love, Cataract. I don't know if there'll be a sound splash, and we have Rick Ross. So 3 sound in the building. And but thanks for calling.
Come Black Ops on sound.
All right. Cataract, welcome. I don't know what has piqued your interest that you would grace us with your presence.
Management, good
Yeah.
afternoon. As the host, Alex, good afternoon. You know, people not fully recovered. You know, some of the surgery on Wednesday. I'm discharged myself for the hospital. Go back in yesterday. Discharge again this afternoon. Kind of just grab it. But I heard something and I could not allow it to slide. So, management, I
Yeah.
am putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
Which side of the fence do you stand? Are you for the quota system or are you for the best 23 team represent Jamaica? That's the first question. I have 3 questions.
All right. I don't know where quota system come on.
No, it's a question. It's just a
Let me say
question.
it again.
Right.
There's no quota system that I've ever seen operated in Jamaica national senior team at no point. I absolutely, categorically, undeniably dismiss myself from anything at all to do with having a particular quota of English or local players or Spanish speaking players or Mexican players representing the national team.
Well, if you had Mexican players representing the national team, we would have been rejected. It's a simple question. So, all right. So let me see if I can get a shorter answer from you.
I'm going to.
Let me see if I can get a shorter answer from you. Are you for an all local based team representing Jamaica
No,
or
brother.
all in the next window in March?
No. So let me tell you.
Okay.
Let me answer. Let me answer you even further.
Mhm.
I need to see Ethan Pinnock in my side. I want to see Greg Lee in my side. I want to give Kevin Stewart an opportunity. I want to see Leon Bailey back. I want to see Shamar Nicholson back. I want to see the Kaim Paris back. I want to see Javian Brown. I want to see There's a Gregory Ravel Morrison back in the team. Richard King in the team. I would call back a Norman Campbell in the team. Yeah, and yeah. So those are some of my options.
So let's have it clear. And the last question I want to ask before we go into discussion, because someone told me to log in, and when I log in, I heard a piece of madness, so I had to listen first. And categorically, are you for the inclusion of players born outside of Jamaica? In particular, hold on now. In particular, in England. Let me phrase the question. I listen to you because I want to get the ground laid, and then we can dialogue. And I'm going to be specific. At the earliest opportunity to allow them to integrate in the side.
I don't understand how we having this conversation. Like, where did it come from? Nobody can call and tell you that I said anything about excluding. And so where this conversation comes from?
No. I turned on to Deshaun Bernard. So let's get to
let's talk about Deshaun Bernard. Alex brought up someone don't know where this come up from about players. Listen, Alex brought up Deshaun. I asked him if he's better than Ethan Pinnock. He hesitated. I said, is he better than Ethan Pinnock? Because Alex was saying he should have been called into the team. I'm saying, is he better than Mariappa? Is he better than Liam Moore? Is he better than Ethan Pinnock? Did they communicate that to you? Alex was hesitating. I said to him, even though he has come out and said those things, the coach may not have called him because we had other players in the position.
So let me be clear.
He said that in a couple of years. That's fine.
Deshaun Bernard is 21 years old. He has just gained a professional contract with Manchester United and has been on, this will be his, I think, second loan or the first loan since graduating from the under-20 team. There can be no comparison with Deshaun Bernard and one of the top 10 centre-backs in the Premier League, Ethan Pinnock, and certainly one of the top 5 left-footed centre-backs in the Premier League. There can be no comparison.
You need to tell Alex that.
Hold on. Yeah. Also, the process, I believe, for a Deshaun Bernard to get his passport would have been challenging based on the December to January. December when he made the public announcement of his desire, of his willingness to play for Jamaica. Where I want to agree with Alex is that once these desires have been made public, the Jamaica Football Federation ought to act expeditiously, expeditiously, to assist the player to get his citizenship and passport, which is not an automatic.
Hold on, you have to listen to me because I don't. Where is this conversation coming from?
That's no, it's where it's going to. It's where it's going to.
So how did we get here? We never have no discussion about this. About who? Where did it come from? Like where did it come from? Who called? Tell me who I call you. Because
somebody called and asked me to listen to the program, and I listened to about 15 minutes. Then take the painkiller.
Cataract.
Because it's coming from.
More you hear me. Okay. Alex came on because listen, talking about. Calm down, and then I'm gonna make you talk. I'm done. About players. A player playing in Panama and 7 Panamanian players who play for Panama that could have played that are Jamaicans that play for Jamaican. One playing in Brazil, players playing in Sweden, and his thing is that basically the JFF need to go and get them. My point is that exactly what you just said. Once a player comes out and say that he wants to play for Jamaica, then it is up to the persons in charge to follow through. But there's no way the people in charge will know every single Jamaican all across the globe who have a desire or even know that they can represent Jamaica because they may have had a grandparent from Jamaica. Not all of them want to, not all of them know, and so the federation cannot know that. And I said it, the federation don't know about that 13-year-old, that 17-year-old, that 16-year-old, that 15-year-old in Ghana, the one in Cameroon, the one in Mozambique, the one in Japan, the one in China, the one in Israel. They don't know the one in Afghanistan. They don't know that. But if players there say they want to represent Jamaica, then the federation reach out to them. So I don't know why so you go ahead now. That's for the conversation.
So, man, I was following you up until about halfway of your response.
Yeah.
And then you took a detour heading on to the back road where a pastor shouldn't be detouring. So let me pull you back on the toll road. Every company and every business has a responsibility to know where its assets lie. The Jamaica Football Federation, as they have blatantly told us, is a private company. So one of the responsibilities of a private company is to know where your assets lie. It is also to know where your opportunities lie. It's something simply we call a SWOT analysis. Us rare people, we call it a SWOT analysis. We look at the strengths, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Right? Mannings, the Jamaica Football Federation has a scout engaged in the United Kingdom. That it pays, and I would presume, a pretty penny. That is the responsibility of the scout, to ascertain what assets lie certainly within the English League and within Europe that can be of benefit to Jamaica. It's incredulous because what it is, they can't sit down for 3 or 4 hours and watch some videos on Simon program and look on it. Right? So there is no excuse as to not knowing where 520 something assets lie. In the same way, I believe that let's take England. Of the 500 and something, I personally believe that one half of them not ready of the standard for international football. One half not ready for the standard of international football or the rigors of international football. So of the 250, I believe maybe one half of them have no desire to play for Jamaica or want to wait in England. And then you're looking at another 100 player who would jump at the opportunity to play or would be interested, let me say jump, at the opportunity to play for Jamaica. And you work with that. What I think people like myself and maybe Alex in his unusual style has been trying to say is that, look, reach out. It takes a phone call or a WhatsApp message or a message on Instagram. That's it. Nothing else. The answer is either yes, no, or maybe. And you move on. I'm also going to call out your good friend, who I know dubbed Mr. High Speed Chase. In his capacity as the technical director, the technical head of the technical committee, must have on his agenda for the meeting worldwide assets and assessment of the players available to Jamaica. I don't know who good enough. I mean, just let me assume I am not a scout. I'm not trained and all that. All I can do is follow the genealogy and follow the research that leads me to articles that point to a player's ancestry or the desire to play for Jamaica. That's the point I would make, right? So the technical committee should have on its agenda a standing item on their agenda meeting, right? Is for you to assess the talent available to Jamaica overseas. You should also be assessing the talent available locally. Because for a player like Richard King, who played very well in this match, to have been introduced now when he was called against in the opening match, I presume is he the chap that could not get a visa? That it's incredulous that you would have a talent available and not have the requisite paperwork ready to have him be able to represent the country when needed. So I'm going to pause there so you can respond, because we then have to talk about the second part of what Alex said. I agree with him, but I just wanted to hear there.
Listen, I don't know. I'm talking about the JPL. We spoke about. I don't understand where how this conversation gone down here. We're talking about the JPL. We spoke about a player called Ian Fry, who I think this Alex was saying is Jamaican, he's American, could play for Jamaica. So then we're talking about center backs, and he brought up the names of two players. The argument got heated when I asked Alex a simple question. Is this player better than the players that we had? Ethan Pinnock, Liam Moore, Adrian Mariappa. He questioned whether or not that same player is better than Ethan Pinnock. We paused. I said to him, Alex, even if it is so, the coach still has the latitude to select the players, even if they are open to play for Jamaica. This whole idea as to whether players should have their documentation, the GFF needs to do their work, all of us have agreed. So that's what I'm saying I don't know, because these are conversations that we have had before. So unless there's a specific question, I don't like to go over things that I go over. I have worked to get players. I've suggested players. Listen, whether that is followed up or done, absolutely none of my business. My job is not to take a player and put him in the team. My job is to help with a process. And by that, by talking, by advising, and by directing, I am here to assist the program, not to insist on things being done. I asked Alex this question in my dialogue with him. You say, and I said, you say, when the players playing in Jamaica, because of the level of our league, those who play in the Championship, League One, and the Premier League are better than them because they are playing in a higher level league. I said, use the same parameters to measure and if Ethan Pinnock is better than the player you're mentioning, because he was questioning Ethan Pinnock and Mariappa and Liam Moore, who have played at a higher level than the player. That was the genesis of the conversation, Now, if you want to talk about what needs to happen with the football going ahead, if they are, when you deduce and you reduce, if there are 100 players born in England, right, that are better than Shamar Nicholson. I need to see them prove that. And it not because they're playing in England makes them better than Shamar Nicholson. Not because they are born in England makes them better than Leon Bailey. Not because they are born in England and Richard King is playing in the Premier League, they are better than Richard King. Not because they are born in England means that they're playing better than a Tariq McGee. Not because. No, what I want to see.
Is Tariq playing? Is Tariq McGee playing?
We're going to get down. And
I'm just asking, is Tariq McGee playing, or is Tariq McGee struggling to get even on the bench?
Tariq McGee, has he ever played football?
No.
Because I'm not asking you. I'm not asking you if he's playing football. Here's what I'm saying. Not because a player is born in England means that he's better than Tariq McGee. I'm not asking
not because where you're born, but that would be asinine to suggest that because of your place of birth you're simply better than somebody. Let me say something to you, because you're choosing your words very well.
You notice I never
you are choosing your words very well, Pastor.
I'm gonna mute because I never interrupt you. You spoke. I checked the time. I never interrupted you. Not because a player is playing in England means that he's better than Shamar Nicholson, he's better than Richard King, he's better than Tariq McGee. They need to prove that they are better. That's what they need to do. Secondly, if as a nation, we ask you to play for us, we are going to a World Cup campaign. We ask you to play for us in 2023, you're not ready. 2024, you're not ready. 2025, you're not ready. And then 3 months into 2026, when we are going to play, you're going ready to come and play. How is that going to work with the chemistry of the team when you have been working with players? Those are the questions we need to answer. We need to answer. This idea that Jamaican people have a problem. Listen, I'm not having that. Listen, I'm not going to have the discussion here on my program because nobody's over here talking about we have a problem with English and all. There's no discussion like that. The discussion that we have been having over here. So whoever has been calling you and telling us things, here is the discussion that we have had. I've had it with one other man. I've had it with every big Jamaican coach out here internationally. And here's what they have all said. They have all said this. The players, we need to select the best players to fit in the system, bring them in early, and play them together over a period of time. No one has come on my program and said anything at all at any point about dismissing any player. So this narrative about, I hate to have it because nobody's not having it. And it's the same people going from channel to channel, chatting this, like Jamaica, and fueling some nonsense, some hogwash about English and versus Jamaican. Nobody. Everybody talking about Mikel Antonio, commendable statement. Rafael Morrison, commendable. Talking about how good he looked in this position. Why we keep going back to this? We have a problem with the GFF if we go and talk. We have a problem with speed. You sat in front of him at the stadium. Turn around and tell him those things. But don't come on platform. When you see him again, say to him, you, Mr. Speed, go down the press box and tell Mr. Ricketts because you were there. They gave you a pass to come into the stadium. Go in front of their faces and tell them that you did not select that person. You did not call them. You tell Mr. Speed, turn around to him and say, Mr. Speed, you did not get Richard King's visa to travel with the national team. Don't come and talk on the program like people come on here.
As I said, you're eloquent. And eloquence doesn't always equal to accuracy. So here's the start. I did speak to the president. So I'd hope that you would withdraw that. And certainly later on, Coach Minzy can tell you that I spoke to the president walking up in the passage. I did speak to the president. And as a matter of fact, we should have had an opportunity to speak to the president, and I know who is available for what. So, Mr. Speed, if what I'm saying is, I was very clear in what I said, and you chose to ignore that the technical committee, Mr. Speed, as the head of the technical committee, should have on his agenda the assessment of players available overseas. You ignored all that part because I'm here to deal with what can make Jamaica move forward, identify what went wrong, right? Including with our own Jamaica Premier League, right? Including with our own Jamaica Premier League, right? So it's not a jump on thing and me should walk the person and say this to person. But I don't run up in people, bad man. Be simple and say it clear and specific. The agenda of the technical committee, which is set by a chairman, ought to have the assessment of the overseas-based talents available to Jamaica. The technical committee ought to, for example, tell us what the assessment when they come out, because there's a few days to go. We would like the assessment of the so-called scout in the UK, just like we had an assessment of Coach Whitmore. Lastly, as I said, you went down a path. When faced with direct questions, you create this giant halo, right? And run away from it. So here I'm going to go again and answer
your direct question.
Right. Should the Jamaica Football Federation and persons and the president who made a statement, which is why I came on here, because everywhere I go, I'm going to be agitating that should we have failed to qualify in this window, that in the next window we won't be calling the players from England. You heard that. I heard that because it was on public media.
Hold on. So
yes,
the president said, because I need to hear the statement,
Oh, you didn't hear it?
Hold on, because what I heard and what you just said is different. So I'm going to give you what you said.
What did you hear? What did you hear? Because we hear differently. What did you hear?
No, man. Hold on. So I'm going to work with what you said, because I'm going to answer your question directly. If the president came out and said, if after this window, we will not call the players from England, that is absolutely wrong and should not have been said.
Okay. We agree.
The president said that. Okay. All right. What I want to do now, I want to find an article or the statement, because I don't like to hear statements from people. I like to read. When I got the statement, what I heard in the interview, we will have to look at the financial cost of getting our overseas players. And it was a matter of affordability. It did not say English players.
No, it didn't. Overseas players.
But you just said he said the English players. He said overseas. But Shamar Nicholson is overseas. Junior Fleming is overseas.
Okay.
So what I'm saying, the narrative that it is a thing about English players, it's incorrect. He said overseas players, which includes Jamaicans.
Okay.
Born in Jamaica, who are overseas, and Jamaicans born in England. If he categorically stated that it is the English players, absolutely that is wrong, and he should be held.
If he categorically stated his overseas players, so you are saying and suggesting that
if he said overseas players, I don't agree. No man. If he says overseas players, follow me. Let me answer your cataract. If he says overseas players, here is what. I still have a problem with it. But it is now we can change the conversation and don't make it about English and make it about all the players. What I have a problem with is when it sounds like he said that he will not call back the English players. That to me is what I have a problem with. Because
overseas.
Overseas. It's still wrong, because you should still call your best players. The coach should be allowed to select the best players, and we afford it, because if we were able to qualify, we would afford it. So the coach is the one who should select the players. The coach should be the person, and then he presents it to them, and they need to find the money to bring them in. You cannot come out as the president and say that this is what you are going to do. That's wrong, and he should be held account. And I've said it before now, that going ahead, I'm keeping Mikel Antonio, I'm keeping Ravel, I'm keeping some of these players. Why? Because there has to be a transition. There are some other players out of England, other players in the United States, younger players who are going to come through. But you can't put out all the older players. You have to keep them. Kevin Stewart made a big mistake, but I think he needs to be given an opportunity because he was coming off an injury, all of that. You understand me? So he needs to be a part of the pool. There are players, and I heard Freddie Butler say it last night, there are players though who are in the team, Cataract, that are locally born players who are not good enough, who should not be called back. They should not be called back. They should not be called back for the Nations League because they are past their prime. And they have not been good in this campaign. And they should not be called back. I also think... Go ahead.
No, so because I wanted to address you to that point, right? That... And this is a JPL program. I'm not diverting it because we spoke about Richard King. And I said to you about the fact that we had a player with such potential that the necessary requisite paperwork was not done and put in place so that he could have been a part of the squad much earlier.
Let me explain.
And that's a disturbance. Okay, explain that to me. Explain that to me.
So it was, I don't know if it was very an impromptu call because he was initially, because this is the World Cup campaign when they had the whole red flagging and where people could travel to where. That's what happened. All right. So they were selecting. At this point, I found out that the player never had
a US visa.
No, there were other. He never had some other things either. That all Jamaicans should have. I don't because he's from Arnett Gardens and rough. I don't like to do these things, but there are other information that would cause him to get a visa that he did not have. And when one thing was processed and the other thing was processed, it was too late. Because he just never had. And all I will say to parents, and I'll say it again, that when your kids are doing sports, please, you see them birth certificate, make sure you get it, a good copy. You see them passport, if you have a son who will go run a champs, please find the $10,000 and get a passport for them. Pay the $2,500 and get them birth certificate. Because you don't know, they may run a champs today and tomorrow somebody want to take them overseas. And guess what happened? You miss the opportunity because you don't have certain things. That's what I will say on that.
I will ask you this.
Yes.
Did Richard King play Manning's Cup?
No, he played the Costa Cup.
The Costa Cup. Okay, fine. He plays schoolboy football.
Yeah.
Is it a requirement to have a birth certificate to prove your age to play schoolboy football?
I've asked the same question and I am doing my own checks. How did he play if certain documentations were not in place up to that point? Which is a very important question you're asking. What system do we have?
So, yeah, and the issue of systems is important because, I mean, this is not the program, but there was a total breakdown of system last Wednesday at the stadium that apparently exposed all of us. But it's not the program, right? Yeah, so systems are important. And I want to know, how did Richard King then end up playing schoolboy football without a birth certificate, if that's what the allegation is? And then how would he have even played in the JPL?
Right. So what happened is that I think there were all his papers were in. I know that even his passport. So if you ever you will notice the time that he got the passport back. I don't know how the system works. I don't know if you can get a visa while the passport is being processed. But up to the point of the call and getting the passport for the visa to have been done, I don't know if there's a way for it to be done that way. But what I know is that by the time he got the passport to get for the visa, it was too late.
All right, so let me.
I don't know if there's a way that it can be
No, you cannot get a visa because you have to submit your passport.
Passport.
And that's the document in which they examine to see where you have traveled
So
around
when
the
it
world
got
and whether you have.
yeah, which
So-
I'm
so
saying that
let-
honestly, like how can in these times, like like parents, like I don't know, is the parents,
No,
the
but-
club, the
but
schools?
I notice you are nice on the parents. The
Well, I don't know.
club,
Yeah,
didn't the club have ambitions of playing in the Caribbean in the Concacaf Club Championship? How would it have players in the club without
no,
a
but that was
passport?
apparently that was before the JP. I don't even know because remember that was before JPL finished.
Yes, but I'm saying the club would have ambitions in representing in the Concacaf Club Championship.
Yeah.
How would you have players at your club without a passport or birth certificate? How would he go on? How would you transfer him?
Well, we need
What if $1 million, what if £1 million transfer came in the day? You're going to tell me that he would have lost the opportunity when Jamaica was at 47?
You'd be amazed in the Premier League today how many players are playing and don't own a passport.
No, but so then I'm asking you, who identifies that you are the Richard King? And you're not cataract masquerading as Richard King. You must have a birth certificate to prove your birth and your age. You must have a passport or relevant document to prove that you are who you say you are.
No, man, they have things. They have voters.
Professionalism.
No, what happened is, let me tell you the option that a lot of these, and see Claudia saying it. Claudia is saying that 10 grand hard to find when they can hardly find food. So so a lot of people up to get voters ID.
I'm saying the club who has intentions of traveling the world, winning all of these under 15, under 14, all these tournaments, but certainly to compete in the CONCACAF club or equivalent of the UEFA Europe or the Champions League, CONCACAF Champions League, did not have the management foresight and administrative responsibility to ensure that your 23 players have the requisite documents.
I don't. All right.
Well, you know me fight that dog. So the next time.
See, so hold on. See, somebody saying that the man lost his birth certificate recently. So I don't know.
If you lose your birth certificate, it's 24 hours. You can get it back.
I don't know. Like
you can call and get a birth certificate 24 hours.
Cataract. Listen, I know cataract. I'm not saying you're wrong in a cataract.
Yeah, but my friend.
What some of the times I think like cataract. There are persons in Jamaica that the only thing they have is a voter's ID. I'm gonna give you an next example. You know that. Hold on. You know that.
Taxi.
What? No, Adam. Let me just.
He's a professional football player, a semi-pro football player in Jamaica.
I'm gonna give you an next example. You know that cataract a child can have a TRN. So, like my kids open an account in Jamaica, they need a TRN. You know there are adult Jamaicans that don't have a TRN.
Yes.
All right. And
you know but the man in not mixing mart up on a site. He's not push bar up on a site. He's playing semi-pro football.
I think.
So I'm saying that it's the responsibility of hold on. So the club wants the player to play, excel, looked upon, and a man said, "I'm ready for give you $5,000 a week to come and play." And at that point, you ever say, "Boy, man, on a passport or birth certificate," they are going to move on to the next player. Because they are looking for somebody. So in talking about the JPL, this is something that they have to clean up.
I agree with you, and I will say this. Credit to the clubs. A lot of the players in Jamaica who have gotten passports did so through their clubs or their schools. There are most of our athletes, track and field and football, those who have acquired passports and even visas, they got it because they went to Penn Relay, they went to Carifta Games, they got connected to a club, the club helped them to open bank accounts, so the clubs do it, you know. But this is Richard King. I think this is his second season in the league as well. So he was at Clarendon College and they never traveled. So I can't get into. But what I'll say though, Cataract, is this: I think this whole, I think we are, as a nation, we have to get past this whole English based born, all of that thing. And I'm going to tell you why. Deep down in my heart, if Junior Fleming, Alvas Powell, O'Neill Fisher did what Kevin Stewart did, the same thing in the game against Costa Rica, they would be ripped to shreds on these platforms, and maybe rightly so. I will say this, that Kevin Stewart has been, even by me, protected, and we have said, listen, he was this, he was that, he was that. By me, he's coming off an injury, he was fresh into the game, all of that. All right. But if Alvas Powell did this, what is the point I'm making? The point I'm making is that the general footballing public has a great appreciation for the English players. They do. They do. I don't hear. Listen, if some people, very
You
few
don't hear
people,
what?
I don't like. I haven't heard. Maybe it has happened. Anybody tearing up Kevin Stewart?
For what? The schoolboy challenge that led to the penalty?
Yeah.
And I say this. The only reason why people don't tear down Kevin Stewart and Ravel is because Blake saved the penalty. If the penalty had scored, I think it would be a different thing. But as a member,
you think
as
you
a
Alvas
hold
Powell?
on, as a member of the Kevin Stewart is way better than Anthony Grand Church. And I've heard you singing the Psalms there.
What? What's up?
As a member of
Yeah,
the
man.
Kevin Stewart is so much better than Anthony Grant's church. You know that church? When I said to people, calm.
Right. About you talk about Kevin Stewart.
Kevin
Right.
Stewart, yes.
But you said he's a better option than.
No.
Yes.
Go back and listen to me. Go
Cataract.
back. I have said, Kevin Stewart, two things. Kevin Stewart and Anthony Grant are two different beasts. Built differently, built for two different kinds of system. One was built to park the bus, and one was built to high press. Right? Liverpool versus Chelsea. The only person I said you is categorically better than Anthony Grant is Lewis Baker. And Isaac Hayden,
I
of
think
course.
it's Lewis Baker. Yeah.
Lewis Baker.
Right. So let me ask you a question, Cataract.
So a couple of things. I want to stand in sort of a defense of Kevin Stewart. It was a schoolboy mistake, not aware of where you are on the field. The player is going away from goal, challenge unnecessary. Wasn't a good look. I think he did other things to make up in the game. That's what people might be looking at, but I have to call him out for it. I'm going to call him out. I'm going to tell him, say, if you do that again, brother, you know, surround you, so a pickaxe stick we use. Maybe you're not accustomed to that.
I'm going to give you an next example. You know, you know that the goal that he scored, Greg Lee, who had a very, very good game, a player that I think, and I've always said he should have been playing.
Got beaten.
All ends up. All ends up for that goal to be scored. Again.
And then he exposed Ethan Pinnock. And then some people running and jumping and say, Ethan Pinnock fault. I don't know how it could be. Because if you are... Listen, Joel Campbell is a Premier League level player. He spent a few seasons at Arsenal. We are not talking about a man that played for Espian, Santiago, the Panama. We are talking about their best export. But go ahead.
All I'm saying is that, listen, the only way this whole thing is going, and I said it around 3 months ago, that we need to set Jamaican players. Because I don't call Antonio or Ravel English base, because I don't call Shama Russian base. I don't call Leon English base. So I don't call them English base. I think Cataract, we have to now that this campaign is over, basically, we have to move the conversations, because whether we believe it or not, a lot of people buying to whatever narrative they hear on these platforms. And if what we keep saying is this English base, we shouldn't let the people hear that. English born, English. No. Listen, there's a Jamaican living in England who wants to play, who wants to represent the country. There's a Jamaican. Because if the person is Jamaican, the person is a Jamaican. Let that be the conversation. There's a Jamaican in the United States. We have a caller coming in. Hold on a sec. Yes, caller. Welcome to the show.
Yo.
Yeah, who is this? Paul Hall?
Man.
Yeah. Yes, Ryan, go ahead.
Good evening.
Yeah, man, how you doing?
Good evening. Good evening.
Yes.
This English-based player, what we call him English-based player, from me a baby, I come here, people on TV. You know all this need to stop? People on television in a Jamaican sports match need to stop calling man an English-based player. It starts from this up first, and then the YouTuber follow.
Okay. That's a good point. That mainstream media need to stop it.
It starts from Jamaica, it starts from the Observer, it starts from the Gleaner, it starts from radio, it starts from all of them. That's it starts from me a baby, me hear them call Englishman then. You understand? And then we just come up as media, we are going to call him by Englishman. Because we grew up and hear the Jamaican media call him by Englishman.
Yeah.
You understand?
That's a good point, but we can help to change that narrative, Ryan.
Of course we can, because we are running the thing now. We can change it right now, and we are running under them.
Yeah, so when we watch the league and we see a kid at Taylor Hart or somebody else, we say, listen, that Jamaican youth want to play for Jamaica.
Yeah, for real. We can make changes. We have to listen and learn, you understand?
Yeah, man. You're absolutely right. And I think that's what I'm saying, that we need to help, because a lot of times the behavior of the people on these platforms in terms of the comments has a lot to do with the persons who host the program. You understand me? Because we can either spur the whole thing into chaos, or we can calm it down, or we can bring a sense of peace to the whole debate, which is what I think we need to do. You understand me? We need to be able that a Javon Watson can listen to any program in the same way a Mikel Antonio can listen to it. If we are out here operating in this space, and the guys who are playing in England don't want to listen, and the local players don't want to listen, what is the whole point?
Yeah, you're right. We start it right now, Virgin, and get the thing the right way and think. We have people who are running the sport, you know?
Yeah, man, and I see Ricardo Robinson put a thing. I don't hear England referring to Raheem Sterling as Jamaican base.
Sometimes they do.
Really? When they're doing commentary, the Jamaican-born Raheem Sterling? No, sir.
No, man, sometimes they do. All the black, ugly Jamaican boy, them for go back to Jamaica.
No, man, those are probably fans.
Well, I know, man. Well, I know management in the I can't remember. I think the Sun in England, where when Sterling he put on the gun tattoo and all of them stuff there. You understand?
Yes.
So yeah, people England do that still. You understand?
Well, maybe I don't listen to a lot of it, but I don't hear a whole lot of it.
I probably sure a lot of people don't read, you understand? But it's there, man.
Yeah. But that's a good point. Yeah, that's I'm saying that. Listen, at the end of the day, they're all Jamaicans. I don't think these guys and anybody out there give any less effort. You think? Listen, all of these players wanted the desire to go, to the World Cup. You think a player don't want to go to the World Cup? They all want to go to the World Cup. All right. And there were many things that worked against them. And I think the YouTube fan base was part of it. That we could have dealt with it a whole. In retrospect, the dialogue that we had on these platforms, I think it created even tensions for the Michael Hectors of this time. I think so. It may have affected, looking back, could we have probably spoken in a better way to probably get better out of Alvas, because he was going to play anyways. Like, what good was it for us to be tearing him down when he was playing?
Yo, for a man good, enough. No matter what the media say.
I agree, no.
But what are Mannings, man? Mannings. Go anywhere across the world, brother. For a man good, he might get criticized. For a man that give away the game, he might get criticized. And you as a player, real professional player, marry up on them, man. Now have them problem there. Why is our Jamaican player them have them problem there? Real professional footballer don't have them problem there. Them block out all of them thing there. Arsenal on TV, people say it's one of the worst over social media and thing affect Arsenal. You see Arsenal play them when you met. Come on, man. Some of our player them Jamaican player them too thin skin, just like the cricketer and the way them there. Caribbean sports people on our own, when them own people I criticize them vex, but make the white skin guy I criticize them. Oh yeah, we love them, we're gonna do the interview story. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, people have feelings and emotions in the Ryan, but hey, we don't want the people to feel like, hey, Ryan, man is man true, and Ryan a friend, you have him for your thing, I saw the operation.
Nah, man, but you can catch up and finish the show.
You may call cataract God. Yeah, but listen, I think, like I said, that I think we need to really change the narrative. You understand me? Like I said, for example, I remember with the whole Michael Hector situation. We dealt with him.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much of it he heard, but I just think like some of it was unnecessary. Like some of it, they need to block it out. But some of it I think is unnecessary. And know, that they are professionals, because some of these they face other things, Ryan, in other places. But listen, we're not like other places. When it affects a certain player and they are gone, we don't have enough replacement to make it affect them in such a way that it affect them play. Other nations have that. Brazil can remove one player. Maybe Germany can. We have to stick to. We can't do things to make, for example, a Mikel Antonio say, no, I don't want to come and play. We can't do things. I don't think we're in that position to.
Mannings, man. You know what I think? Mannings, man. When I play for Excelsior, I get over Mountain View. Over Mountain View over Excelsior, brother. Me could have thin skin and don't go back a Mountain View. You see when me get a red card against Calabar, man them from Backbush. Gun for me. Be a thing. Come out for the field. Hey boy, you know where you do. And the principal of fair beg for me. That scared me.
Yeah.
That made me want to play much better. You understand? I tell some of our sports people them too. Skin, brother. You have a firm, a sports player, that's why you get millions of dollars to do it. You can't run from criticism. You're going to get that, brother, as a sportsman, brother.
Yeah, Ryan, you think you have ever gone too far when you come on to your criticism of the players and then I'm going to let Cataract jump in?
Me? Me ever go far, ever too far?
Yeah, you think you have ever gone too far?
No. because when I get the facts, Virgin, I beat them for the facts. You understand?
All right.
I beat them for the facts, brother.
All right, boss. All right. Brain drain, yeah. $10 million. I did speak about it. I mean, it helps. I think it would have been good if it were, probably money was given to the stadium was opened up. But I think it is good that the minister gave $10 million to the JPL.
Wow.
We did that. You spoke about it earlier, brain drain. Yeah, cataract.
Why could you get that 10 million for the national team?
I don't.
Why could you get that 10 million for the reggae boy?
All right. You have to ask. Cataract is closer to the political circles than I am. I don't know. Maybe you can better explain it. But
I am watching a program. I'm going to do a show on it tonight. But then I get ready for go online.
All right then. So let me. All right. We're gonna jump on when you start. But let me. All right. Go ahead. What you saying? And then Cataract can just jump on.
I watch something on TV, and I said, no, sir. But I have to talk about this for my channel.
All right.
This Bob's the great. Yes, I know for them fault, them do them best, them get the support. The president I say I know for them fault and we are the government. Boy, no man no one want to take the blame.
All right. All right, later. All right, later, brother.
All right, sir.
All right, right. Cataract, do you think as vloggers in the space, right, and persons on YouTube, we could have created an environment that probably generated greater performance from the team? Or you think we were right to operate and behave the way that we did in the space and it helped the team? In retrospect, is there what do you think?
A little slow, because I not get back to 100 yet. If you're suggesting for 1 minute that we should have mollycoddled players, here, Mr. East, it's okay. Miss the ball on the 1 yard line. It's okay, baby. Javon, miss the ball. Toot, toot, toot. Nothing, bro. Nothing. If for one thing, I thought that the vloggers in the end allowed elements of the JFF to divide and rule, and we all of a sudden stopped speaking with one voice. And I thought that we could have done more if we were cohesive as a unit, in terms of. And I said, you said something. Yes, we are here to assist, but not insist. But you said something earlier, and I wanted to really touch on that. We're not here to insist on who the coach picks in the side. We're here to insist on who is available to play for Jamaica. Right? And I think persons have used that as a cover to say you want to put player on our side. No, we want a pool to be there and a principle and a policy to be clear. Yes, we could have said a couple of nice things. I don't know. Hey, Grandpa Hacker.
Oh, this is a good one, Cataract.
You touch the ball 12 times in a game.
No,
that's
man, not
okay.
that.
We could have done that and said, yeah, Gramps, we understand. Maybe we could have bought him a walker so he could have moved wrong a little more quick. I don't know what you think we could have done. We were here faithful. Sometimes 3, sometimes 24 hours a day. We are talk football. Because coach, let's go up to midnight, earlier morning, IMAX it there. You there saying I part of the day. It's 24 at one point at the start of the campaign, at 24 hours football are going on.
But what I'm saying, though, listen to this question.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Right. So I'm saying that really and truly, and we're not even talking about some other people who have their own little community sports down the middle, Formula Sports, the smaller channels. You know, I mean, come on. You understand? But I want to address Ball Occur because what I think people in the comment section should be asking themselves, were they true to themselves? Because here Bolliker says, Bolliker, we beat Andre Gray for the miss. It was equally as egregious as some of the misses from Boza and from Javon East and from Bobby. Bobby Reed was beaten for his miss. So to come on here and pretend that because a player was born in England, he's not given harsh criticism. People said Bobby should be dropped from the side. So you, sir, are playing xenophobia with the truth. Because I have heard people, and Mannings, if you have fear, you have heard people berate Bobby Reed. I've heard Stan Kroenke say the last thing Bobby did was the goal him scoring in the Gold Cup, and him shouldn't be selected. People have berated the player. You wouldn't see that, of course, because you're just looking out for Boza. And no one can say anything about Boza. And you even came and promulgated fake news.
Yeah, all right. Let's deal with this one because
let's deal with this.
Because what Rob Smith is saying is that we created a campaign saying that there is a boycott coming with no facts. Do you think that created a division, Mannings? And I think he was talking about a lot
gang of 7.
Yeah, that there was a gang of 7 and the players. But then when they heard
so what it turned out to be gang of 1?
There was or there is. I thought like all the players were like. I think these are some of the things, and this is what I don't know. Because for me, when I heard this, I felt like, could it be that someone else wanted us as vloggers to say these things to create pressure on these players and push them out of the system? Because in everything in media, and I'm learning, I don't know all the things about it, but it is also possible that persons would feed information to the vloggers to accomplish their own objective. For example, if I'm in charge of the football, as an example, and I believe like these 7 players need to be out of the system, I can't come out outrightly and say it. So I just say, Mannings, man, hey, the money I plan to strike, do a video upon it. When I do the video about them striking, it puts the pressure on the people begin to put pressure on the players themselves, because I hear even the captain, who people were saying was a part of it, saying that he wants to continue playing. And he just wants us to come together earlier. He doesn't sound like a player who had boycott in mind. I mean...
So we're saying it's only really a gang of 1 that planned the boycott.
I don't know. All I'm saying was, it's possible that people were telling us things about the players.
Yes, it is.
So that they could turn.
It's not really that.
Like for example, if
you are correct.
What if somebody wanted to get Andre Blake as an example out of the team? It's easy to say he's part of something.
You are correct.
Yeah.
You are correct. Persons in the Jamaica Football Federation, for their own particular reason, feed information to bloggers to get their own agendas through. I have sat on a program where how would somebody be able to come on a program and be getting message on their phone to come and ask me if I have ever had a meal when I travel overseas with the Reggae Boys? Yes, when we went to Argentina, the man them said, come sit down and eat with me in the hotel. And somebody could ask me about that. You know what it is to fly for Argentina? Yes, Raymond Anderson came and saw me in Mexico at the Under-17 World Cup as the only man in a full stadium in Mexico with 1 Jamaican flag. I try beat off the man with the 1 flag. And Raymond Anderson, vice president, walked across the field at halftime and said, come sit with the team. And whichever hotel you stay at, move out of there and come stay with the team wherever we are. We come book and stay here, so because it's not safe.
Listen,
so how people don't. So I'm saying people feed their own narrative.
I'm going to give, and this is something that I can prove. All right, because you see, this is it. Because there are persons who are convinced. When I heard all of this stuff, Damian Lowe name came up, that he's a part of it. and I know categorically that he was no way, shape, or form involved in anything like that. And it can be proven by factual statement. And many people had his name in it. So I'm thinking that there was something out there that people were saying that like I said, cataract, and that may have been it. So but we have I guess here. Hello, Mikey Ballin. What you doing? You're mute. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, just listen to the conversation. I'm Mr. come on, but I'm gonna listen to Cataract and you guys, and I'll jump in a little later.
Okay.
Yeah. But before the Cataract, right, people saying things to try to disrupt the team, and you were saying, but there's always people who create excitement over not something out of nothing, And maybe it's one person, a team, or an ex-player want to create a problem because he want to get back in the team because he was left out for one reason or the other. You understand me? But this team we have here is a good team. Them just need to stay together, same coach, everything, and just work together, go through the Nation Cup together, next year the Gold Cup, and we'll be good for 2026. You understand me?
Boy, I wish I was so eloquent and succinct like you. We just love chat. But you make the point. You make the point so eloquently.
Where's the Cataract? I went to a better school than you. You went to KC, I went to Calabar.
No, he didn't went to Kingston College. He went to
Kingston College of Further Education upon Thames. The Kingston College. All right.
There's a player there still Cataract.
He didn't attend school. No, seriously, he didn't attend school in Jamaica,
No.
The KC the KC he went to. We have done some investigation.
It's King's College of England.
No, it's Kingston College in England, in Surrey. Yes.
Sorry, okay.
Right. Okay. The original 400 and 500-year-old institution.
All right, my brother.
But the point that's what I've been saying is that the truth is that
it's a good school. School.
Yes.
School of former Prime Minister Percival James Patterson. So
yes.
It's a good school. Produces great men.
Yes.
So no problem with that.
Ramalak.
But what I'll say is this though. That and I think all of us agree that you cannot have wholesale changes in the team. Wholesale changes. You can't just dash away a whole set of players. Like I've said before, if the players want to come and are available, we have to do it and build a system where we bring in younger players. I think, for example, Ethan Pinnock would be very good to nurture a Richard King and a couple of other centre backs.
Definitely.
I just think so. I think like a Ravel Morris is good to help a Peter Lee Vassell and a Tariq McGee and a Lamar Walker with their game. His experience, his just how he looks and stuff. Maybe not in terms of all the professional conducts, but his play on the field. I think like a Mikel Antonio is essential to teach some of these centre forwards. So you want to have those players coming down the spine, and then you build out around them. You keep the Greg Lee. I think we need a right back, though Javian Brown has some potential. I would still have Kevin Stewart in there. I'm not sure if when we have our wingers, like if Bobby Reed fits into that. I'm not going to call any player name, but if I were the coach, there are like 6 players that I would not work with going forward. That's me.
Well, I think
why not call it the name? Why not call it the name?
No,
because you know of the program. Why not call it the name? Because
no, I know this how you. I know this how you. Call players name for positives.
No, no. Cataract.
Mikey Ballin, 1 second. I know this how you gloss around, and one name that you haven't mentioned is the judge, Anthony Grant. I noticed that.
No, let me tell you why.
Should come and
let me tell you why. I agree. Listen, remember I said that if I were the coach, I'd have called him. Paul gave a reason, And now this is when we can question his decision. We can now look back and say, listen, his decision to exclude Anthony Grant backfired and he should have been in the team, right? I think he'd be
I'm
a good.
talking about going forward, though.
Yeah, I think he'd be a good person. But here's what and this is what, until he changes it, because if he says he doesn't fit his system, what am I going to do? But I would, because I think, I don't know if we have, like, even in the JPL, a midfielder who can come in and do that. They need somebody older to teach them the positioning on the field while the game is going on, the movement in training and all of those things. And I think you'd be a good candidate for that, because Kevin Stewart, I don't think, fits the bill in that area, though he can play in midfield as well. But the coach says he doesn't fit his system. But go ahead, Mikey.
No, Kevin Stewart, you can't base him off for these games. The team, as a team, is built by playing together. Like Paul Hall said, it's like the Canada and the USA. The team have to play together for a while. The man them is offbeat when them passing the ball to each other. Them not synchronizing because they don't play together long enough. Like Pinnock said it too. Pinnock said we need to play together more. That's why when the Nation Cup comes, what Paul will have to do is pick like a squad of 35 or 40 guys that him can interchange. Him don't have to take them, bring them from overseas all the time. Him can say, I play in Trinidad, so I'm going to need a strong squad. I don't want to call any Highlands them have a weak squad because I don't want nobody jump on me. But then play the next team is weaker, then you say, I can leave out this man and bring it. So you want to rotate the team, and then you have now people playing together and know how, like, one man want the ball for them foot, one man want to chase it. And everybody have a different style. You understand me?
Yeah. Let me just respond.
And hold on, one more thing. And like in the case of Ravel like to pass and move. Jamaica, I don't see a midfielder Jamaica have them lazy. When them pass, them stand up. Yeah. That's why we're not getting a fluent thing. You understand me? They're not come for the ball, they want the ball come to them. And the ball get picked off.
Yeah. All right. Let me just say this, right? Stone Love, listen. All right. All right. The Jamaican players, let me say this. Let me say it this way. A greater percentage of our best players are presently not playing in Jamaica.
Thank you.
All right. And that is the reality. Tyreek McGee is not in Jamaica. Kaim Paris is not in Jamaica. Leon Bailey is not in Jamaica. Mikel Antonio is not in Jamaica. Ethan Pinnock is not in Jamaica.
Campbell.
Campbell is not in Jamaica. Ravel Morris is not in Jamaica. Andre Blake is not in Jamaica. Right? So understand that. And they're only going to be available on FIFA dates. You can still work with some local players when you can have, if Paul Hall or whomever the coach is available, they can work with some local players. But listen, our best players will always move overseas or be living overseas. That's the reality that we live in.
So Chung gone, right? Chung look good and him gone.
Exactly. Right. So when you say that they're only available on FIFA date, you can still get them together. If they play 60 games before 2026, if you have 35 players that play 60 games between now and 2026,
we have a team.
That's enough time to gel. You don't have to be in camps every time, but you can be, because you consistently, or every FIFA window, you play with the same set of players, you build chemistry and cohesiveness. All right, Cataract, I don't know if you want to respond to that, but that's my response to that, Stone Love. Because you're too sound.
I think that this is the no, Stone Love, that song will run from Cataract. Remember that song? Run from Cataract. Right, the play with Cataract and Jaro. Look here. So we're clashing. Here you have now. We have to keep a squad together. And I don't think you want to call in Mikel Antonio only when you have to play against Mexico. And you don't want to call him when you have to play against Grenada, for example, in the Nation League. So you can put in 6 goals and nice up in resume. A player doesn't want that you just call him when you have the hard games. If it's the team, it's the team. and you keep the core or the spine of the team, and you play around and introduce and experiment. That's what friendly matches are for. And the Nation League is kind of like a sort of friendly league in terms of that. But because it was supposed to replace the fact that you couldn't get proper friendlies with the club, so they set aside these dates. I believe the coach must have the latitude. We pick who he want to pick and put it together. I don't believe there should be any undue pressure on him. Because at the end of the day, when the results don't come, then we judge him accordingly, hold him accountable. You understand? So right now, I not see the accountability. Right? I not see the accountability. But the questions are too challenging. The right back question irked me. It irked me. Because what I wanted to say, management, I said I have a question to earlier. Where I felt Paul Hall blundered. And the real player that should have come in, Kevin Stewart was needed in the CDM, right? After the cock up with David Davis, the foul up, let me put it that way, was Nathan Ferguson. Here is a player, man, born in Jamaica, plying his trade in the Premier League, identified as one of the 20 best young players in England. All he would have needed is renew a Jamaican passport. We never know that, right? That should be who we should have called. We should have focused on the players. Why? So these are the questions I would like to ask Paul whenever we get a chance. Why the Javon East? When Boza, when Shamar Nicholson, aka the commitment boss, said that he had personal reasons and was not declining the invitation, why wasn't a player like Lewis Graban, who was on fire, who is on fire in the championship, 6'2" Lewis Graban, or a 6'5" Jamil Matt, both who have Jamaican passport? Jamil Matt, we know for sure have a Jamaican passport, up to date, renewed, ready. And Lewis Graban, because Lewis Graban passport was from 2014, so it would have been valid until 2024. Why weren't they considered? We didn't need to run down to get anybody else their citizenship. We had Jamaicans available. When Damari Gray fell through and we didn't have a winger, why not Jordan Garrick from Swansea, who is a born Jamaican? The fact is that the GFF does not choose not to know these people because we have spoken about them.
Yeah, but could it be also Cataract that so one of the issues I've had with this whole campaign, I don't want to, I mean, people like you just saw this comment that no, the government has approved 10,000 funds for Gibson Relay, right? But you know where our priorities lies. You know what I'm saying?
You just know that Cataract was right, and I told you what was going on.
All right, so what I would say is this.
And they're going to be more for champs.
I think
going to be more for champs.
I think, right? One of the issues I had is the multiple changing in teams.
Thank you.
That we have had. And do I agree with you? And this is where I agree with what the players know. What I can't agree with is the time they get included in the program. I think given that we only had 3 games in a short window, I would give the coach the excuse of using players that he has seen and worked with before than bringing in like a new set of players into the system again. And this is why I'm saying going ahead, our recruitment must be high quality and early. High quality and early. And what I mean by that we should know in maximum a year leading up to the start of the campaign who our best 30 players are. And these are the players that we're going to work with. Now, as you go, somebody may just pop up who is exceptional and you draft them in. We cannot again get to a point where with 6 games to go or 5 games to go, we are trying to find players to plug into spaces. We have to give ourselves enough time. And that is where this went bad. I said to people the other day, and I'll say it again, the reason why this happened this way, and people forget it, it was the wage negotiation. It is buck-ups that we met, Liam Moore, buck-ups that we met, Ethan Pinnock, buck-ups that we met, Amari Bell. It was buck-up that Andre Gray and all of these guys came in. It was completely buck-ups. If all the players had signed the contract, they would not, none of those guys from England possibly would not have been in this campaign. Remember that the Federation had no choice but to get a completely new squad because the players were negotiating their wages. This is where it went wrong, you know. Because remember, the coach and the players even were saying at that time, because they felt like the group of them, and this is where the problem began. It was there for us to see. The group of them were good enough to do it. So my point is, let's start looking from now. The 19-year-old in the United States and Canada and England and Sweden and France and all of those places, find them. What position we need? How many wing backs we'll need up until the point of the campaign? 4 wing backs, 4 right backs, 4 left backs. Who are the best 4? Is there one in Jamaica? Is there one in England? Where are they all in England? Are they all in America? Where are they? Find them. All right. You work with 44 players, and you know, over time you may drop out one. Like I said, somebody may just pop up and is exceptional. You put them into the system. What we cannot do is wait until the campaign is 6 months running or 3 months running before cataract.
What you're saying is impatient of debate. I have to agree with that. Get the side from now. I don't agree with people coming in when points are on the line and thing is critical. I mean, unless somebody explode onto the scene, banging in 10 goals in 10 games in the Premier League and he say more play for Jamaica, something like that. Or a goalkeeper that saved 10 penalties in the Premier League and say more to keep for Jamaica, something like that. But have the squad, have the players come in early, see who fits. Because remember, it might not be the 10 best players, you know. It might be the 10 best players who complement each other.
Exactly. Like you cannot go and get 4. You don't need 3 left-sided centre backs. Because you have an exceptional one already.
Right.
You need 1 more.
No, you need 3. No, you have 1.
Left-sided. So
that's Ethan Pinnock, the only left-sided centre back we have.
So you need 1 more.
We need 3 more because you must have a depth of 4 in each position. That's how the England depth chart is building up.
All right, so let's give it
each position. Yeah, so you have two right-sided centre backs.
Yeah, man.
3 right.
So you have 4. You have 44. You're going to end up having a 44 member.
44 man. Good, right.
Yeah.
No.
Who is this?
Hi, my name's Man. How are you today?
Oh, Mr. Whisper, how you doing?
How you doing?
Cataract, you have to run, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. All right. Bless up, respect Cataract. When pressure comes, Cataract, run. I'm just kidding.
Cataract are good fan. That's what you call a fan, not a fanatic.
Yeah, man.
He believes and he shows his true camaraderie and everything. I was just listening, so I decided I was going to come on. Normally you see me on this channel. I'm a producer by profession before everything else. This is where this channel, the sports channel, was just recording whisper. In other words, that's how that come by after. But so this is original Virtual Productions, which is my production company. And I was just listening to you guys, as I said before.
Yeah. So I mean, what do you think? Going ahead, I mean, we are saying that let us find 44 players, 4 for each position, and begin to get them as often as possible, working and playing together. Leading up to 2026, see who from this team we can work with, who we need to phase out. You know, you phase out some in 6 months, some phase out in 1 year, some get phased out in 3 year, some get phased out in the final year. But you have players coming through. So you look at a 16-year-old, a 17-year-old, some going to be 20. You look at some 22-year-old who are going to be 26. If you have some 28-year-old, you keep them because by year 3, they are 31. They have gone out of the system. I mean, what do you think about that going ahead?
That is a stepping way going forward, and you have to continue to grow with the sports. Sports as a football have left Jamaica behind, and we are way behind, and we just need to to play catch up as it is right now. Because I mean, look in Brazil. Brazil have a league where they have 200 under 21 players playing a league. That's 200 Brazil best under 21 players, and that's the league for them. And they have to play it. So you started from 14-year-old to 21 plays this league, and then they save out as they go along doing this. And out of this, you have a 15-year-old sensation, which everybody is talking about now with $100 million clause on his name. So, you know, we have to do something going forward to better our football. You know, we can constantly doing the same thing and expect a different result. We have to, what I mean. I listen to the head coach, and the head coach say a lot of positive stuff, and going forward, he said that we have to do the model like look at Canada top in the zone now, and USA. They start from scratch. Just take some players from day one and just start from scratch with them
Yep.
and end up look. I can say again, look at Canada. From the Alfonso Davis, and then they have a team playing around him, modeled around him, going forward into a World Cup. It's a team sport. It's just not a one-player sport, and we have to do better on our next attempt.
I think so. I mean, and part of what I also believe is that you cannot. It's going to be hard for you to have that kind of success that Canada had, USA had, without taking a serious look at developing and improving your local football. It
Yeah.
doesn't mean that your World Cup squad is going to come from it. But at the end of the day, it's where the players leave from to go overseas. So your Shamar, your Whisper, the Whisper was at Phoenix, but all of these guys, the Tyreek McGee, they leave your local football, they go into Europe. So even for the time that they are here in Jamaica, the league has to be of such quality that it prepares them, not just for the league itself, but for international football.
Professionalism.
Yeah,
teach
it
them.
has to be.
Yeah, it teaches them the right of knowing how you deal with yourself as a player going forward. You represent Jamaica now. You represent Liverpool. You're not a commodity you're not Manning's man no more. You're Liverpool.
Yeah.
And you have to defend that title of being a Jamaican when you're wearing that Jamaican color, and do it proud. And you know who you're playing with. You have to. Football is not a sports where, as I see management, you're a coach. You can't just put a group of players together and then play well. It doesn't happen like that.
Exactly. It takes time. And I
You
tell
have to
people,
mold.
yeah, and what happened, not just on the field, but
Yeah.
off the
Off
field.
the field.
And
They
when I
live
listen to
together.
these guys, you get the feeling. I saw them at All right. I remember the Panama game. I have gone to the games at the stadium. And I look at what happens on the bench and with the players. At this game, they were having such fun amongst themselves. You didn't. I have gone there and I've seen the players in two different groups. For this particular game, it was one Jamaica team. It wasn't
Everybody was happy.
college-based and local born. It was all of them were playing. They were having fun and talking to each other. It happened at the back end. This is what we needed from the very beginning. From the very beginning.
But it's a turning point. Even with the loss, it's a turning point because at least that we're winning already on the bench by being together.
Yeah.
We just start winning by being together, and then we know how to put that win by being together on the bench, on the pitch. So I just said we just have to do this, quite more often. And as they normally say, the Englishmen normally take this for a holiday just to get some sun. And like, I was in Jamaica, oh, yeah, hold your time, mate, and all that. It's not like that. They really want to come and play football because most people know management. They really get a stick to play for Jamaica.
That's what I'm saying. Listen, they suffer.
They do suffer. They bench for weeks and them think they just come to Jamaica to play.
People said to me, right, management, how you don't come out and talk about how Liam Moore leave the middle of the campaign and go back and sign a contract? I said, listen, when Liam Moore chose to play for Jamaica, he was basically stripped of the captaincy and kicked out. They stripped him of the captaincy and basically kicked him out of the club.
Right.
All right.
To find a club.
To find a club because he chose to represent Jamaica.
Right, and people don't see a man would do that. He sacrificed a lot. How am I gonna feed his family now?
So now he's in the middle of the campaign. His agent says there's a contract lined up for you. What am I going to tell the man to do? To stay?
How is he gonna feed his family, man?
Yeah.
Man.
Yes.
I have something to say. You remember, I think you did an interview with Dean Burton. What is you?
Yeah, man. I interviewed him.
I hear Dean Burton say, when them talk to him, and when him say, I played in the World Cup, every man shut up.
Yeah, well,
so these guys all want to, yes, but these guys all want to play in the World Cup. So they don't come to joke, they come to win.
Exactly.
And you cannot win unless you train together and work together on not for 2 weeks, but for a 3-4 month period, even 5 months, and the team gel as one. This team is like 3 teams playing on one pitch. So in 6 months' time, this same team going to look like an unbeatable team because they have the manpower, they have the forwards, they have the midfielders, they have a nice defense. We going to look good and we're going to go far in the my word, the Nation Cup. If we don't win it, we're going to be in the finals.
Listen,
I can't say that. Huh?
Let me say this to you, right? I don't measure my nation's success on like at the end of the day, here's what I want to see. Because there's a turnaround, I want to see what happens with my under 17, under 20s, and under 23. Because those things come up before the next campaign.
No, you're missing one thing, man.
You're missing one. I'm coming to the Nations Cup, you know.
No, you're missing one team.
No, let me just
the women team come first. The woman team come first.
No, man. All right, so
the females.
Yeah.
Right. Don't even the females.
But let me see, because the point I'm making it is if I had to trade my under 17, if I had to trade the Nations League for my under 17 qualifying for the under 17 World Cup, the under 20 qualifying, and the Olympic team, I'll take that every day.
Yes.
What's the date of the under 17 playing management? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt.
I hear that it is probably in September this year they're going to start. Okay. I don't know when the camp is going to be, but I think Whisper can't play under 17. I never play under 20.
No, I wasn't talking about Whisper. I'm talking about aren't they supposed to be in training now if they are playing in September.
That's what. There you go.
That's what I'm saying to you. When you're gonna get these boys ready?
Yeah.
I mean, these boys that is coming out of COVID.
Yeah.
When you're gonna get your under 17, which you don't have an under 17 league running because of COVID, you only have the senior playing now, the JPL. So when are you gonna get sufficient time to pick under 17 players going forward to represent Jamaica?
Richie, let me tell you, 3 months from now, 3 months before, 2 months before the qualifying start.
They're gonna use a pool of under 13 players or under 15 players that they had prior 2 years ago.
Okay. I don't see our under 17 qualifying to neither the under 20. God bless if we go Olympic. I am sure sports. This Giovanni says, man, is the U20 this summer is a qualifier for the Olympics, so there will be no under 23. No, what they're doing is that they're using the youth, how you perform in the U20s will determine if you play the Olympic qualifiers. So I think the under 17 will be a little bit after September then, because it's the U20s and thing. But that is what all I'm saying is that sometimes in the short term you want to stay in like Eagle Republic says, you want to stay in the A, in you don't want to come down to B in the Nations League because you want to still get quality practice games when that is possible if you stay in the A. But the focus must be, I was speaking to Lenny Taylor today and he was talking about how when he went to St. Kitts, one of the things he did, he started changing under 13, under 15. It was a St. Kitts team that 2 years in a row defeated Jamaica and in under 20 knocked us out and went and played against Mexico, I think. And Mexico defeated them. That's how they qualified. The point is that they started with the youth transformation.
Right, coming up.
Yeah, we can't build our nation's football from the senior team. It must be from your junior team. It must be. You understand what I mean? It has to be from the junior team up. It can't be from the senior team down. It must be from the junior team up. And I think that is what we have to fix. But I want to ask you a question, Sir Richard. At Phoenix, right? Because I know you're close to them. Do you talk to the players about doing interviews and how they speak when they're in the public and when they are being interviewed, and do you coach them, or do you train them, coach them, or they just know what to do?
They have to be coached. One of the questions that is asked a player before they come to Phoenix is, do you want to be a professional? And being a professional is learning to answer question direct, sit up upright. They have a course at Phoenix where they go and do ethics, know which knife and fork to use, which spoon to use. They do all those courses there. So it is part of their training to learn how to speak properly, present themselves properly. The ones that are just coming in, it would be a little bit harder for them, but majority of them, I mean, Whisper what never used to talk, has to present himself in his player's profile, because when a scout is looking about a player, you have to have a player profile from a certain age. Luckily, Whisper have a player profile from 10 years old. So, it has to teach you how to represent yourself, because at our stage, I mean, I can't talk for him, but for our stage, he would have to talk for himself.
Yeah. I ask you that because I think I've seen a couple of players do interviews and it's not a good reflection.
Right.
Because I know that when you're going into the international market, it's not just what you do on the field, it's your mannerism off the field.
It's what you do off the field mostly.
Yeah, because you're going to be wearing the people's crest.
That's why I'm saying you're not management again. You become Liverpool. Because everything is what Liverpool represent, or what the hierarchy of Liverpool want. You used to wear jeans and just a t-shirt. They want you to wear a jacket suit. And that's it. You have to wear a jacket suit. That's why I've never wear a suit in my life. What you gonna do?
Man, don't cut into what he's saying, but I don't know if I can just make a little point.
Yeah. Sir Richards, check. I send you a message in the private chat here, so just check it. Go ahead, Sir Max. Sir Maxwell, the leader. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, man. What he's saying is very key. But one of the things that the young players have to also look at is their social media postings and so on. A lot of them, they need to clean up their social media accounts to have them line to what people are going to be looking at, because a lot of times when these people are they are going to be looking at their social media accounts. That's the first thing they look at. Something that is very important in this day and age.
Okay, that's important. So they need to check. They need to clean up the social media. So you manage those things at your club. Both you manage that at Phoenix. Like you make sure the social media platforms, Sir Richard, is good. And same thing with you, Maxwell. Do you help them with that with cleaning?
Personally, I have the password for my son's social media, and things that is not there, I delete them. I mean, many is good like that. We're cool and certain because I tell you what happened. Why I told him I want to do that. I was in a meeting in Germany for a very, I won't say the player, but he's a very world-known international player, and the sporting company which he was under was one of the top hierarchy sporting company in Germany. And I was in the room and they were trying to get rid of a photo that was sent on Instagram how many years ago. And the girl want umpteen amount of thousands of dollars to get rid of it. They did it because they want to protect the player. And it's something that I told him it was luckily for me to be in that position to know that. And I said, I don't want them little thing they want to do on Instagram, but send to, and it's not, you can't do that. It's not right. So okay, Daddy, I know everywhere he goes and everything. He has a tracker on it. Most people don't know when they give a kid an iPhone, it's not just an iPhone, it's to track it. I know exactly where I'm there and where I'm not need to be. You understand? And if he stepped out of line, I said, what are you doing in Leicester? You're supposed to be on campus. And he's like, Daddy, how do you know that? I'm like, brother, you know me, you're good. And we talk about it. And, you have to be careful with these things, technology. What goes in the web? No. It doesn't come out. Management.
Yep. Yeah. What about you?
Look here.
Go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say, in this day and age, appearance and all of that, how people perceive you is so key. Look at what's happened with Mason Greenwood right now. He has not had a trial or anything, but his club is already withdrawing his shirts and telling people that bought his shirt that they can send it back in. And he has not yet been to a court of law. You understand? So how people perceive themselves, and as I said, social media is very key. I remember when I had approached a very, very prominent person that manages athletes, right, about a particular player. And the first thing he said, Mr. Maxwell, we need to go back through all them social media accounts, get rid of some of them, and then streamline, have one, and fix it up properly. Because
that's the first thing.
Things like that people take for granted, right, can derail your entire career.
True. That is so true.
One of the things we try to do at mine at the club, as I say, is advise them. We don't go as deep as that sort of point, but you have to advise them and make them know, look here, once you are thinking of going internationally, there are certain things that you put out there that, believe me, years later on, they just come back and bite you. You don't even realize it.
But
So you
how
have
about that Mason Greenwood situation management?
Professionally, you have to give them that advice.
Management kind of gone for. Oh, he's back.
Okay.
You know what
Here, I can think, you know. You're mentioning the whisper. I have a look inside. I hear he's supposed to be in the under 20 short list.
I hope so.
I think
Come on, I understand he's in there. I probably I have a little bit more than hoping so. I've watched him myself, and
the man can't be in the short list.
No, the under 20 short list.
No, he cannot be in the short list. He has to be on the list of players for the under 20. All right. But
you have 9 Englishmen coming from prominent clubs, you know.
Okay.
No, they don't choose the actual list, but they have a number of players who are going to be making up that squad, and he is on that list.
They are not Englishmen. They are Jamaicans.
Yes, they are
Living in
Jamaicans.
England.
Anybody that my friend Mr. Butler coach.
They're going to have English people in there.
They are not English.
They are Jamaicans.
They're Jamaicans. They were just English born.
Listen, please stop calling the men them Englishmen. The man are Jamaicans. Because when they're in England, the white man them calling them Jamaican. Believe me.
See me.
Yeah. You know what I want to ask you? When players say you find a youngster in one of the communities, do you help them with their birth certificate and passports? At what stage do you do? Yeah.
I've taken players. That player, Mario Sims, I took him from birth paper to passport to Belgium. Now he's going to the US. I took him from.
They're actual players, because sometimes when I say these things, people probably don't believe that they're actual players who don't have passports, who don't have birth certificates.
True. That's true.
All right. Well, there you go.
True. So true.
What about you? Yes, sir.
Let me give you a quick example. There's a player that played just the other night for Jamaica, right? Who basically 1 year ago, probably around at this particular period here, he is basically almost had no birth certificate, had no passport. Okay?
I think
he played very well for Jamaica.
I think we spoke about the player. And this is
where
the
Richard King.
Hey, this is the
one. And I remember only recently, that was one thing that stopped that player from going to Sweden about 2 years ago when Cavalier went the last time, because of those little issues. And we had to look about it, because a lot of players, sometimes they come in and you don't even realize that even though they're playing schoolboy competition, there are sometimes issues and certain things aren't there.
Can I mention something about that player?
Yeah.
I had a talk about him prior, because he wasn't what I was saying was the best thing we have in the youth department at his position. But when I keep on watching him over the period, I'm saying that he's getting better and better. And just the fact that his physical appearance makes him who he is now, I rate him as one of the best. But before I didn't. Now, why I rate him? His entry pass.
Yeah.
His entry pass is what gives me the rating for him.
Yep.
Officially. And if you can't make that entry pass as a center half, you can't go international, even club level football. And he has it. His defending can be a iffy sometimes. Why I say iffy? Whisper at 15 shouldn't go on him the way he goes him. In 2 practice matches that Whisper play against him. At 15 years old. And that's how the ratings come out. Because if you're supposed to be the next best thing, or you have this 15-year-old run around him, he's not supposed to. But I will say that he will make that block, he will make that stop, and when he make that stop, he will make an entry pass, which is attacking to score a goal, and I will go further with a player like that. And I mean, as I said before, I didn't rate him, but hats off to him now. Him keep getting better and better, getting better in his tackles, better in his tackles. Got a lot
Well,
of
look
fouls
here.
on the night.
If you look
A lot of fouls.
this way, you know, basically at this point here, we're talking about Richard King. So let's just, you know,
Yes.
Well, we
at this
discussed
stage here
it. We
today,
discussed it extensively at the
13
beginning of the show.
senior matches. Right. Yeah, he has basically played 13 senior matches for Cavalier and 2 for Jamaica. So he basically has a total of 15 matches in senior competition, basically. So that's what we're talking about. So at the more he plays at the senior level, he will get better and he learns fast. That's one of the things. He doesn't miss training either. That's one of the things that are youngsters. So
Mr.
that's
Maxwell.
why he moves so quickly. And to be honest, yeah, man.
I think him need to put on a little weight, little
Hearing you.
muscle. I need to put on a little muscle.
He's big enough. He's big. He's big.
But him don't look that big to me. Him don't look. Him look like him need for kind of go to the gym. Huh? How tall is he?
He's about.
He need to put on some weight and some other things here.
Yes.
Also part of the procedure, but you know that is being developed there. But we don't want him have too much, because that's one of the things that set back one of our centre halves. He came back here heavily overweight, out of shape, and we're trying to get him back. A couple years ago, he was the one that people were talking about before. And he's just 1 year older than King.
It doesn't look like somebody who wants to play football, watching the player. You can know. I can walk in a stadium and know who is the player by just 5 minutes. I don't need no more than 5 minutes. You understand? Even if a man having a bad game, it's just certain things you look for in him thinking. The man don't want to play. He doesn't.
Then why is he playing?
He's very nonchalant, you know.
I don't think that he doesn't want to play now. Look here. Hold on. Let me tell you one of the things that I think affected him. And we're talking about Jamal Topi, right? I'm going to call we were talking about, right? When he went away, right? And this is one of the things that I think I've learned by now, that when we're sending certain of our younger players, USA is not the best place to groom them and make them develop, because they develop some very bad habits. Let me give you an example quickly. Yeah.
It is not the place at all.
What's that?
You go to the USA.
No, I agree, but I'm going to tell you one of the reasons why no. When he left Jamaica, you know, if you remember, Olana, he was the type of player that you would get from King with the passing out, that sort of thing. He was a different player. When he went there, the first thing that happened when he dropped into their system, the first thing that they got him to, he was starting to do his own thing with the passing the ball out like what he normally played. The US people said, no, that's not what we want. We want the kill dead out. You understand? A different type of ball game. And what happened to him over that period, it affected his game. It did affect his game because it didn't refine his game at all. And, you know, after that, because he was alone, basically, he was on. Once we got him back, you know, and he was overweight once they start playing, and once their season is over, and then they start playing, and then they consume. You know, he came back really. When we saw what happened, man, it's like when in the past, we usually send our better track and field athletes away, and it's like they mash them up literally and then send them back to us. No use. So when Topi came back, you know, it's like why it was a shadow, and he has come a far away. He's not where he was, because people have to appreciate that 2 years ago, this was the youngster that people were crying for Tapper Whitmore to be grooming for that center position. You see? So you have to remember that where he was. So he just has to get back. And hopefully, so far, he's reaching somewhere, because He's not there yet.
Right.
But if anybody that's
I'm going to have to
when
pull some
he's
wool.
back to Jamaica,
Leader.
how far he's come.
Alex, don't. I will take you off the screen. I'm going to speak. You have to hold on. Don't do that. You heard me speaking, man. You still are going. Don't not do that. We like to do that, Alex, man. All right, Mr. Maxwell. Let me correct you. The USL, though it may not offer developmental opportunity, it's more financially viable. So when a player goes there, he can earn, number one. All right? And your physical conditioning has nothing to do with the club that you're in. You're a professional. You can't be a professional footballer at 20 years old, wanting to go into Europe and have a big gut. That has nothing to do with a club telling you not to pass the ball out the back. You can go walk, you can go run. Here's the sad thing. You were in the abbreviated league last season, and your conditioning was bad. And you come back at the start of the season, not in the USL, and your condition is still bad. That has nothing to do with the USL. That has to do with the player. And that is what the player needs to fix. So that I can't blame the player. At the same time, again, let me say this. When it comes down to the players, if there is an opportunity, if I'm in Jamaica right now and I'm getting a contract to go to the USL to earn $3,000 US a month, and I'm getting $70,000 in Jamaica, I'm going to take the $3,000 US a month because I don't know how. I don't know that my playing ability, I'm going to lose that. Even if they tell me not to pass it out of the back for 1 year, that is not going to change my game. What happens is if I settle for the money and stick and stay there instead of looking for other alternatives after the 1 year. So that I think, I'm not going to knock the USL because a man can buy a house and build a car and take him family out of poverty by playing in the USL. He may not be able to do that. If Topi had stayed in Jamaica for 3 or 4 years or for the same time, what would he have? What would he have really improved? Would he have been able to buy certain things?
No.
How financially viable?
Football.
Yeah, Alex. No, Alex, you can come in.
That's true. It makes a lot of sense, you know.
So
let me Alex jump on and yeah, go ahead, Alex.
Alex.
Cavalier, Max leader, and want to ask a question. Does the Cavalier coaching staff have a physical trainer that train these players, that get them fit throughout the season? And I can say, as Manning alluded to, that Topi have a gut and it come. So Topi lose
a lot of sections.
So Topi lose the gut, yeah.
Let me tell you something. Look here. Topi has lost a heap of weight. Let me tell you something. What happens though, you know, when you have a break, it's up to the individual players to make sure that they keep themselves at a certain level once they are on the break. You understand? That's all I can say with that. You understand? Last season, when he came back, people cried because they couldn't believe the shape he was in. Believe me. You know? But he came a far way till the end of the final, but he was nowhere close. Yeah. You have, look here, when you're going to be professional, it's not just on the field, you know. It's a lot of other things, as you're saying, when we just spoke about the social media, it's about your diet, it's about your social media, it's about how you carry yourself, everything.
It's also about what you eat.
It's about keeping in shape in the off season. That's why a lot of players that are serious, when they are back from, like, when the USL goes on a break, some of them that come back home, they with various teams that, you know, to make sure, because they have to go back up in a certain type of condition. You see?
Yeah. So it's really about sometimes what you eat as well. When you eat and your life habits. Here's a habit that people have. You can't be a professional footballer. You can't be a professional footballer and want to be a party animal. Like those things don't work.
Definitely.
So some of those things
Don't go hand in
contribute
hand.
to some of the players failing. It's not just down to because listen, Kaim Paris went away. He wasn't playing in the highest tier, but he kept himself fit. There are other players who have gone away. Kevin Lambert has gone into the nation, the USL. He hasn't put
Oh
on.
my gosh.
He hasn't put on weight. He hasn't gotten fat. So
what happened here?
The point I'm making is at the end of the day, it's up to the individual. It's up to the individual to, like you said, Pagan one year said, discipline himself. I always say this: self-development demands self-discipline. Self-development demands self-discipline. You have to discipline yourself. You can't blame the system for your fitness or your lack thereof. But yeah, people, it's 3 hours and 45 minutes. We have a lot of people on. We have Alex who came back on. We have Maxwell. We have Richard.
Man, some people beating stick.
No, man, yeah, good. No, man, you did yourself proud today, man. You all your fans them. You all your fans them. You see, all your fans them come out today and say, Alex, right. You have all calling and support. Ketara came out and support. You did well today, man.
But man, is man, as I say, like the U20. I see as we can, I go back to the U20 thing we was talking about.
U20. Me about to end the program. You want go back to U20?
Yeah, I just want to go for a small moment. USA and Mexico last winter call their players in the camp to have them training from all over. Like two players that plays in Germany and the rest of them are playing US. They call them in camp, and Mexico getting game time with Syria and all of those club, Syria and all of those countries, India. Why are U20 not in gear, fully gear right now? The World Cup qualifier over, so why don't get to the best players on the island and bring them every week and train them, and then
the World Cup qualifiers are not over. Our prospects of going to the World Cup are over, but we still have 3 games. We still have 3 games.
Well, we still consider the campaign over, but we have 3 games remaining, right? What I'm saying is that why don't call in these players and that on the island that makes up the core and start training them for now, get them in game time with some of the bigger clubs in the Premier League, and then the ones them you bringing in from England, you take time incorporate them in an international break.
Yeah, but again, Alex, you have a Richard King. If there's an under-20 player, can call him, but you can't throw away your senior player. We keep saying that there has to be a mixture of both.
No, me talk about the under-20, me not talk about senior player.
Yeah, but you're talking about the under. What I'm saying is that the under-20s playing in Jamaica, they're actively playing for their clubs, and the others are overseas. So you're not going to be able to get you're not going to be able to get the under-20s who are in their academies in England to come to Jamaica for a camp. You're not going to get the ones in America, and the ones who are in Jamaica, they're actually playing with their clubs.
So how the team's gonna get the gel managed, man? By the time come around. Yeah, how the team will get the gel by the time will come around.
When is it time? So there are going to be breaks. Maybe when some Easter comes up and there's a 2-week window, they will get some of them. Some of these kids are probably in college. It's not, some are in school.
So Mexico get to do it, and USA get to do it, and all of these under-20 teams are getting to do it. But we are not finding a way how to do it, man.
You're saying that right now Mexico under-20 is in camp.
They're regularly in camp, in camp, man. All right, so look. All right, look. Let me ask you a question. Last window when Mexico they play, they see the team playing. The under-20 team that play against a local mini tournament against Syria, India, and another team. They play one tournament and then players in consecutive a jail every time over them call camp and jail them. Even before that, they joined a cup. USA had a cup we call, I forgot what the cup called, where USA, Brazil, and Mexico and Colombia playing 14.
Yeah, but if you don't, if listen, if there was a competition with Caribbean nations, they would. You don't know that nation in the Caribbean playing. And you have to look at that as well.
Even Honduras play against Uruguay U20 the other day.
Yes.
Costa Rica have the U20 management. There is no excuse for having a U20. Even if we can't get the one from England management, the one from Yard.
I don't understand, Alex, watch this. All right. Like people talking about some of these teams that are having their U20 camps. You guys, so many times I tell you that you guys, like all of this thing, right? You guys don't. I'd love to see some of you guys really put some money into the football, because you don't understand. We have, for example, let me give you an example. Christopher Pearson looking to go to college. Do you tell him no, don't go, come and play under 20? There are other realities. Sometimes we don't. Some of the times we don't talk about the realities in Jamaica. You know, there are some youths who are trying to get to college. You're not going. When America can do that in America, and the Mexicans can. There are certain realities we live in Jamaica. That's not. It's very difficult for us to get our top under 20 players. We want players from England. We're saying that there are over 12 players who are going to come from England, but we want to have camp with players.
I don't know about that 12 players. It's a news to me.
Yeah. How many players from England for under 20 you know about?
I only know about 2.
You only know about 2?
Or 1.
Only 1. Okay. So you only know about 1 player outside of Jamaica for under 20, or you know about others?
I know they probably call up Kiddo. Problem. That's a problem. I'm not sure.
Outside of Jamaica, I'm talking about in the United States, in Canada, all of those. You only know about 1 player under 20, and that's Kiddo. All right, fine. All right, let me tell you that there are lots of players who want to play for Jamaica at under 20 level outside of Jamaica. Here is it that we are saying that the local federation needs to have a camp for the under 20 players. But when the competition starts, we CM1 are going to say, where is Kiddo Taylor Hart? Where is this one that in the United States? Where is this one from Sweden? We're going to ask for those players. So why keep a camp with all of these players when you have a next set of players you want them to select? What would be the purpose of the camp?
I'm saying management, right? Even though we want these players from overseas, we cannot get them management. March is coming up, management. The same time USA had their camp in February, January. They had their players in camp just as the same as the
Alex,
international winter
what I'm
break.
saying to
The
you,
international winter,
in the US, are the players who are at the US camp, did they travel from other places in the world?
Yes, management. Malik Sinogo that play for Berlin. You name the management?
Alex, listen up. Alex, listen, man. Alex, I'm not going to converse because, brother, I keep telling you, you need to go on. You think, let me say it to you again, because you talk about the United States, a professional player who was released by his club to come back to the United States. Are you suggesting that Jamaica should have gone and get Kiddo Taylor Hart and all the other players, because you know, and I've heard you talk about other players, right?
Mm-hmm.
Other players. So don't come and tell me that you only know about 1 under 20 player outside of Jamaica.
I can't say I know of them, but I not know if they're gonna get called up and they have passport management.
Wait, no, Lord have mercy, Alex. All right. For the person saying Trinidad, remember, Trinidad is not in the World Cup qualifying. But look at Trinidad. They are having a local camp, scouting over. Then they are going to the USA for more players. Lord have mercy. Giovanni, we are not talking about scouting. That's what we're saying. We are saying, when the Jamaica Football Federation, we are scouting players. Some are in the United States. Some are in England. Some are in Canada. Alex is saying that when the national team is in Jamaica, we should have had a camp with them. I am saying to you, right, if the National Federation cannot even afford to bring 23. They were supposed to have 30 players. They can only have 23 players. You are saying to me they need to get some more money to fly some players from overseas to come to Jamaica for a camp. We're not talking about whether they should play for Jamaica. That's what I'm saying. Alex was on my platform, people, talking about, right? Remember? Alex was on my platform talking about we should get more. Why we never call this person? Why we select a 23-man squad? It was clear. We never had.
Me say that? You sure me say that one as well?
Alex, hey, listen. Here's this person saying, no, management, are we really scouting players? Like, the man just tell us that there are 9 players for the Jamaica under 20 teams. 20 team. There are 9 players from England who have already been included as a part of it. 9 from England alone. And there are, I think, 7 or 8 minimum from the United States. That's 17 players. That's scouting. And there are players from Canada that Mr. Porter has suggested to them. So I don't understand where let us not have they understand me.
So management, ask you something.
Hey, so I tell Brendan, Alex, listen, when you come on my program, still everything, man. Yes, when you're using, let me give you a good example. Let me give you a good example. If you're one of the things, and this is happening in coaching courses, and then we'll close with this. If you're having a coaching course, right? You're telling the coaches, listen, for this drill, you need 20 balls. Right? That is what the coaching courses teach you. 20 balls. 2 person to a ball. If you're doing that coaching course in one of the communities in Jamaica, would you teach it the same way? What would you tell them? You'd tell them to get 20 balls?
Yeah, I see him like I'm learning teach it.
No, Alex. You understand that the context of the place you're in, you can let them do the drill, but you know they're not going to find 20 footballs. So you say to them, listen, 6 footballs, because you have to teach the thing based on the context that the people live in. When we look sometimes at the United States and say, this is what they are doing, is it fair to compare that to Jamaica? Let's talk about Trinidad. Trinidad is scouting. Jamaica is scouting. The man just said that they're over 9. And Alex, you know that I'm going to send something to you that you sent to me about players. I'm going to go back to you. I'm going to tell you about a player named Ian Fry that you talk about today. That is still a teenager. And then you come on this program, Alex, and say the only one you know about is Kidder Taylor Hart, brethren.
I say the only one I know about possibly can get call up. I never know about Ian Fry getting call up. I know he's a Jamaican. I can name I can name a lot of Jamaican young players that play England and USA. But the one me know of what then talk about speed and talk about and what the Rising talk about is Kidder. I don't hear them talk about Ian Fry, nor the Kieran Edwards that play for Arsenal, nor the who the one left one the left back who play Amari Hutchinson. We don't hear them mention of them players there. Or
Alex,
the Jaden Raymond and
hold on. Let me just go back. Chad say you have a point, so we must leave you to make a point. To make your point. All right. When is the under 20 tournament?
Under 20 tournament around like June, August, around that time.
The under 20 tournament is June?
Alex? I don't exactly know, man. If you know, you can correct me.
No, man, I don't know. I am asking you because you're saying that in preparation for the under 20 tournament, Jamaica needs to be having camp. When is the under 20 tournament? So I'll give you a chance to talk, because Chad said give you a chance. It's June.
I think somebody says June, right?
Somebody says June, but you don't know.
I don't sure. I'm not sure 100%. And even if it's June or August, man, all I'm saying, where could we have no on the island and build the island as your core, and then you take time to incorporate the players from USA, England, wherever you're getting your players from, and then you can have. I'm talking about chemistry management. You don't want to have the same thing by 2 months or
But
3
Alex,
months. Yeah,
but what I'm saying to you is that you are the people. I don't understand your narrative. You are the same person, Alex, who talk about all the players that we have overseas that can play. You want them to have a camp with the ones who are local. But when you have the camp with them, you're saying that your better players are the ones overseas who we are going to use. I am
never.
asking you.
I never said that management. You're not listen to me. I said to your management. Listen to me. I say one more
Asking
time.
you. So you're saying
Listen
that
to me.
build the core. Hold on. You're saying build the core in Jamaica. So right? So on the
Yes.
17th, on the 17th, I don't like some of the times I really like honestly, I think sometimes people like we have this narrative.
Yeah,
Alex,
I'm saying pagan. See, man, the pagan saying that me I said the same thing. What I'm
Alex, let me
saying
say
is,
this.
man.
Listen,
Alright.
do you realize that the national team had a football? Like some of the times I really wonder, the national team had a international World Cup qualifying game. They were not allowed to invite fans. Remember, they had a camp for the under 20 and under 17 girls, and they were given notice at the last minute. Your JPL teams can't have any. And you think that permission would be granted to give them for camps and all of those things?
So let me ask you a question. How does the permission granted for the girls but not for the boys?
It come like you don't hear what I just said.
Yes,
They
sir.
were
Last minute.
they basically were not being given any. They finally got it at the last end. So many times, all I'm saying that sometimes we need to put things in their proper context. Is it important that the team come together? Of course. Is it important that we build chemistry? Of course. Do we have to do it like USA? No. Do we have to do it like Mexico? No. Do we have to do it like Trinidad? No. Different context. Different context. Understand that. Different context. The United States is a different context. You can keep people are playing football all over the US. Different context. Different context. Again, when the under 20 team is going to be called up, I think a lot of the players are going to be from overseas. And you know that the technical committee said that because of the abbreviated season, a lot of the under 20 players will be selected from overseas. Yeah, Jaros, we agree. Listen, we can't manage with this, man.
Management, good night. Me I attend to my little boy, isn't it?
So, your little boy?
Yeah.
Brethren, if that is your child, brethren, you need to do a DNA test.
Look at the management. I'm sorry.
Yo, Alex, the man say, a man just say where you're black right now. He must go send a switch for you. Man, say, I'll just teach them and see. A good thing you put the baby beside it because we really realize somebody is right there. Because all I want me think I just have fight. Me never know see your camera on, Alex.
Yeah, my camera down, man. I'm telling you, man. Go ahead, man.
No, Alex, if you never turn on, if you never bring the baby beside the moon, know see your camera on, because I can't see you. I just advise me, you never realize.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Anyway, man, I say management, the thing with the youth when it camp still. Yeah, man, I say I'm more sure.
me.
That's what it goes.
Alex, seriously though, if I hear a child at UT, you need a triple DNA test.
No, man, you need a DNA test, man. So man look at like management. One thing lighter than me.
Him lighter than you.
Man, in the dark, you know? Right?
Where say Alex? He be able light like you talk about him weight, not in complexion.
No, complexion, man. Complexion, man. Man, a black light, man.
Is your brother Alex?
No, man, my son, man, is, man. Nah, I'm a little
Eh?
boy, man. I'm a little boy, man.
What name?
Alin.
Eh?
Alin.
Alin? Is your son
Alin.
for real, Alex?
Yeah, I'm a youth, man. Yeah, so man look alike, man. I'm a youth. Man is a laugh. I'm a youth for real.
Yo, hey. Somebody have me not believe you're still Alex. Somebody have confirmed that with me because I don't understand how a man so bleak like you have a white baby.
I don't white the man, Papa. What am I saying?
You can't understand how a man so bleak have a white baby still, but
so like you can't date a little Spanish girl or something. You get a little bleak baby or you get me coming from like Indian or something. Yeah, our next big ball of Jamaica this year. That'll be the next big thing. Straight to Miami Academy, I go send him go.
The man never say we talk the truth, Alex. They don't believe you still.
Who don't believe me? Oh God, I'm a youth man.
Where your mother name?
I do. I'm a youth man. Fuck me, I fuck with no. Hey, sure. I'm a little brother man. Me Ali.
Yeah, man. I have different father. Not true.
No, same father, but different. Same father, same mother.
Yeah.
I cried.
I'm confused. Go.
Custom
baby, brother, man.
Man, say custom baby, man. You know, my father, he going to junior lab, and he tell him, say, yo, I want him a little bit lighter than Alex, and I want him better nose.
You know what, because so who brown? Your mother or your father?
Yes, my mother, man, my mother more. The two of them brown.
So how? So you're so black.
Yeah, I tell them, man, is one with the same thing too. Same thing, man, and you come lighter than me. Yeah? I'm a lucky one. Hey, man, you know what's the boy have him for born for me. Him seeing day my birthday, him for born for him born 2 days before birthday.
So how you born your father white, Alex, and you black?
Man, I know the man is man. Five star tell say about the cake so. So you give a better explanation. Oh, the white. Me just black.
Anyway,
sure. Hey, man is man.
Too much of this, man.
Very chat still, man is man.
Yeah. All right. Hey, people. We don't even know. We have to cut out the part. Man say mother and him father brown. Him don't know how him turn out black. Somebody who understand brain drain, they understand the biology of that. Maybe you can explain it to us. But I mean, thank you all for sticking and staying. You know, what a show it was. Look where we started, and look where we have ended. Oh boy! Tomorrow at 2 we have Kobe. Yeah, Kobe. Let me get the name. I want to get the correct name for you. He is Corey Laurendai. He's a scout, Puerto Rican professional footballer. He's a scout now, who can help players to get into the USL, the MLS, and from there, into Europe. He's going to talk about the salary, the advantages, the disadvantages, how players can prepare and get there. So we're gonna have him on tomorrow. Other than the international flavor, he won't be speaking Spanish, though he speaks Spanish. He's going to be doing it in English. So join us then. Thank you for watching I Am Sure Sports. Yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. I know Coach Minzy is on, so go and support him. You will see me somewhere tonight. I'm going to show some love to the vloggers out there who are doing their show now. Thank you again. Remember, hit the like button, subscribe if you have not, and share the content. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you, one and all.